bensin naik, malai naik, rupiah naik.
Taga Palawan pa ako.
Palawan, a province of 1,780 islands, rich in biodiversity and culture, and a place where man coexists harmoniously with nature. Palawanis depend on its rich natural resources, which are the key economic industries in Palawan PR. Because of people's reliance on the environment, Palawan has to be managed sustainably for the present and next generations. The SEP for Palawan Act was signed into law in 1992, and PCSD was created as its management body. ICAN is the main strategy of the law, which is a graded system of protection and development control, dividing the whole province into management zones from the ridge to reef. Because of the SEP law, Palawan now has the highest forest and mangrove cover in the Philippines, highest wildlife endemicity, and home to 2 UNESCO-declared heritage sites, and the world's best island. Palawan is a place to celebrate life, to celebrate nature, and to celebrate diversity.
Palawan Biosphere, pinagmamalaki namin.
The world has set itself a mission: achieve the 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. In Asia and the Pacific, UNESCO and its partners are mobilized to leave no one behind. Every day, in the 46 countries of the region, UNESCO works with its partners to support member states in achieving the SDGs. With its 14 offices and 1 institute in the region and multiple partner networks, UNESCO has developed programs that have transformed the daily lives of millions of people for more than 70 years. UNESCO promotes quality education for all by strengthening learning opportunities for the most vulnerable. UNESCO emphasizes the empowerment of girls and women to accelerate progress and drive change. It shines a light on the achievements and talents of women scientists. The key to sustainable development is peace, and peace is built first and foremost in the minds of people. That's why UNESCO works vigorously for dialogue, mutual respect, and freedom of expression. It preserves the heritage and cultural expressions that carry our shared values and embody our common future. It fosters the scientific knowledge that is essential to respond to climate change and preserve biodiversity. UNESCO World Heritage Sites, Biosphere Reserves, and Global Geoparks are hubs for sustainable development. Every day, UNESCO strives to preserve the sustainability of our oceans that are essential to life on Earth. The people of the Pacific small island developing states are at the front lines of climate change. Building on their indigenous knowledge, together we are tackling the severest impacts of the global climate crisis. With its partners, UNESCO currently implements more than 240 programs in Asia and the Pacific, reaching millions of people every day. The challenges are immense and time is short. Join us and let's work together for our shared humanity.
Hello, xin chào đẹp suốt.
Đại gia hô.
Chào đẹp suốt.
Xin chào.
Hello.
Gusta.
This is UNESCO Water Challenge 2023.
Youth Action for Water.
The wonders of Southeast Asia's UNESCO-designated sites face threats from water and climate-related issues. This year, following the success of the UNESCO Water Resilience Challenge 2021 and 2022, UNESCO continues their commitment to empower youth to address these issues and be the drivers of transformational changes.
Youth for UNESCO is not just a priority group, but a powerhouse of creativity and innovation and a source of relentless ideas. We see you not just as leaders for tomorrow, but as vital change makers of today in fighting inequality, championing sustainable development, and building a world where peace thrives.
The participants here today were selected from more than 150 teams, representing almost 600 students and young professionals from 9 countries who applied to join the program.
For over 40 days, teams engage in various collaborations among peers across different countries.
We learn valuable communication and collaboration skills during mentoring and checkpoint sessions.
And we are also very grateful for the chance to gain new knowledge from different experts in the different fields that we will forever carry in our hearts and in our minds.
Fueling their journey, the teams also embark on a series of learning and professional guidance from experts across Southeast Asia and the Netherlands, producing tailor-made solutions.
The beauty of the teams today is that they are able to think outside the box without any framework, without any limitations.
Remember, the youth's voice shaped tomorrow, and the future of water resilience begins with us.
Are you passionate about youth engagement and social impact projects? If you answered yes, you are definitely in the right place. During the 11th UNESCO Youth Forum, 75 young people from all regions of the world gathered to discuss the best strategies to improve youth cooperation, collaboration, and engagement. The pioneering and very much needed UNESCO Global Youth Community came to life to become the first youth-led and youth-focused umbrella platform. As a member of this community, you will be able to co-learn, design, and implement innovative initiatives to respond to key challenges. You will have opportunities to work with UNESCO, and your actions will benefit from more visibility among youth networks and with UN partners. Join us. Together, we can change the world.
ที่กว่า 184,000 ไร่ในเขตอำเภองาวจังหวัดลำปางเป็นพื้นที่สงวนชีวมณฑลป่าสักห้วยท่าซึ่งได้รับการประกาศเมื่อปีพุทธศักราช 2520 เนื่องโดยพื้นที่ดังกล่าวเป็นแหล่งอนุรักษ์ความหลากหลายทางชีวภาพและคงไว้ซึ่งระบบนิเวศที่สมบูรณ์โดยประกอบด้วยพื้นป่าหลายสภาพไม่ว่าจะเป็นป่าผสมผัดใบที่มีไม้สักป่าเต็งรังป่าดิบแล้งและสวนสัตว์ที่มีความสมบูรณ์เป็นอย่างยิ่งนอกจากนี้ยังเป็นแหล่งต้นน้ำลำธารที่สำคัญของแม่น้ำยมและเป็นแหล่งผลิตเมล็ดพันธุ์ไม้หลากหลายชนิดโดยเฉพาะเมล็ดไม้สักเป็นป่าต้นแบบเพื่อการจัดการป่าไม้แบบยั่งยืนเป็นสถานที่ฝึกอบรมผู้บริหารและนักวิจัยป่าไม้อีกทั้งยังเป็นแหล่งศึกษาวิจัยในการสนับสนุนการพัฒนาระดับท้องถิ่นระดับชาติและระดับโลกอีกด้วยพื้นที่สงวนชีวมณฑลป่าสักห้วยท่าแวดล้อมไปด้วยชุมชนที่มีวิถีชีวิตอย่างเรียบง่ายไม่ฟุ้งเฟ้อมีความผูกพันกับผืนป่ามีการจัดการที่ดินตามจารีตและประเพณีของท้องถิ่นซึ่งนั่นแสดงออกถึงความสัมพันธ์แบบเกื้อกูลกันระหว่างผืนป่าและชุมชนได้เป็นอย่างดีนอกจากนี้ในการจัดการทรัพยากรพื้นที่ได้เกิดการประสานความร่วมมือจากหลายภาคส่วนทั้งหน่วยงานราชการองค์กรปกครองส่วนท้องถิ่นตลอดจนผู้คนที่พึ่งพิงผืนป่าแห่งนี้ผืนป่าสัก
Pulau Wangi Wangi tidak hanya menyimpan keunikan tradisi masyarakat dan keindahan bawah lautnya, Pulau Wangi Wangi juga memiliki kekayaan alam di daratan yang patut dibanggakan. Salah satunya yaitu burung kacamata Wangi Wangi yang menjadi spesies endemik di Pulau Wangi Wangi. Kacamata Wangi Wangi memiliki nama ilmiah Zocerop paruh besar. Spesies ini sangat berperan penting untuk menjaga keseimbangan ekosistem sekitar di Pulau Wangi Wangi. Perburuan liar untuk satwa peliharaan menjadi ancaman terbesar bagi keberadaan spesies ini. Taman Safari Indonesia dan Yayasan Konservasi Alam Satwa Indonesia bekerjasama dengan Balai Taman Nasional Wakatobi untuk melakukan upaya konservasi burung kacamata Wangi Wangi yang dilakukan melalui program konservasi ex situ, link in situ. Upaya pengembangbiakan burung kacamata Wangi Wangi telah dilakukan pada unit Taman Safari Prigen Conservation Breeding Act, di mana unit pengembangbiakan ini juga berupaya mengembangbiakan satwa terancam punah lainnya asli Indonesia. Kegiatan survei lapangan juga telah dilakukan untuk mendapatkan data ekologi dan estimasi populasi kacamata Wangi Wangi, serta data sosial ekonomi masyarakat di Pulau Wangi Wangi. Upaya konservasi ini juga mendapatkan dukungan dari pemerintah daerah setempat, di mana telah dilakukan sosialisasi kepada para stakeholder dan tokoh masyarakat. Upaya konservasi ini juga mengajak generasi muda untuk turut serta dalam pelestarian burung kacamata Wangi Wangi di habitat alaminya, melalui kegiatan edukasi konservasi yang telah dilakukan di sekolah-sekolah di Pulau Wangi Wangi. Mari bersama-sama kita lestarikan satwa kebanggaan Pulau Wangi Wangi agar kacamata Wangi Wangi tetap lestari. Salam lestari.
Selamat datang di Raja Ampat. Harmoni dalam keberagaman menjadi deskripsi tepat yang menggambarkan kampung halaman. Surga petualangan di pesisir Papua yang bisa membuat banyak orang jatuh cinta. Dengan beragam pesona wisata alam, seperti menikmati tarian burung cendrawasih yang memadukan. Serta kekayaan sosial budaya yang tak kalah menarik, seperti tarian noken, tarian adat yang memiliki makna kemakmuran dan kesuburan masyarakat Papua. Raja Ampat juga dikenal sebagai surga bawah laut tercantik di seluruh dunia. Memiliki luas 4,6 juta hektar perairan, menjadi rumah bagi 540 jenis karang, lebih dari 1.500 spesies ikan, dan ribuan biota laut lainnya. Andaikan kau datang kemari, meski hanya sendiri, pasti kau ingin kembali lagi. Hutan-hutan tropis tak kalah menariknya dengan air terjun megah yang mengalir melimpah-limpah. Serta gugusan batu kars yang membentang luas tanpa batas. Namun, perjalanan berdua terasa lebih indah sambil menatap gugusan pulau yang membentang yang membuat mata tak dapat berpaling. Ku terkagum pada pandangmu dan pesonamu. Raja Ampat, pesona Indonesia yang membuatmu pasti jatuh cinta. Pantai indah dengan hamparan pasir putih yang masih terjaga. Namun tidak hanya itu, masih banyak keindahan dan senyuman disuguhkan Raja Ampat yang selalu menyertai kehadiran. Hanya di Raja Ampat.
the world has set itself a mission: achieve the 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. In Asia and the Pacific, UNESCO and its partners are mobilized to leave no one behind. Every day, in the 46 countries of the region, UNESCO works with its partners to support member states in achieving the SDGs. With its 14 offices and 1 institute in the region and multiple partner networks, UNESCO has developed programs that have transformed the daily lives of millions of people for more than 70 years. UNESCO promotes quality education for all by strengthening learning opportunities for the most vulnerable. UNESCO emphasizes the empowerment of girls and women to accelerate progress and drive change. It shines a light on the achievements and talents of women scientists. The key to sustainable development is peace, and peace is built first and foremost in the minds of people. That's why UNESCO works vigorously for dialogue, mutual respect, and freedom of expression. It preserves the heritage and cultural expressions that carry our shared values and embody our common future. It fosters the scientific knowledge that is essential to respond to climate change and preserve biodiversity. UNESCO World Heritage Sites, Biosphere Reserves, and global geoparks are hubs for sustainable development. Every day, UNESCO strives to preserve the sustainability of our oceans that are essential to life on Earth. The people of the Pacific small island developing states are at the front lines of climate change. Building on their indigenous knowledge, together we are tackling the severest impacts of the global climate crisis. With its partners, UNESCO currently implements more than 240 programs in Asia and the Pacific, reaching millions of people every day. The challenges are immense and time is short. Join us and let's work together for our shared humanity.
Hello, Song chào suốt.
Tại kế hộ.
Chào suốt.
Xin chào.
Hello.
Kumusta?
This is UNESCO Water Celestial Challenge 2023.
Youth Action for Water.
The wonders of Southeast Asia's UNESCO designated sites face threats from water and climate-related issues. This year, following the success of the UNESCO Water Resilience Challenge 2021 and 2022, UNESCO continues their commitment to empower youth to address these issues and be the drivers of transformational changes.
Youth for UNESCO is not just a priority group, but a powerhouse of creativity and innovation and a source of relentless ideas. We see you not just as leaders for tomorrow, but as vital change makers of today in fighting inequality, championing sustainable development, and building a world where peace thrives.
The participants here today were selected from more than 150 teams, representing over 600 students and young professionals from 9 countries who applied to join the program.
For over 40 days, teams engage in various collaborations among peers across different countries.
We learn valuable communication and collaboration skills during mentoring and checkpoint sessions.
And we are also very grateful for the chance to gain new knowledge from different experts in the different fields that we will forever carry in our hearts and our minds.
Fueling their journey, the teams also embark on a series of learning and professional guidance from experts across Southeast Asia and the Netherlands, producing tailor-made solutions.
The beauty of the teams today is that they are able to think outside the box without any framework, without any limitations.
Remember, the youth's voice shapes tomorrow, and the future of water resilience begins with us.
Are you passionate about youth engagement and social impact projects? If you answered yes, you are definitely in the right place. During the 11th UNESCO Youth Forum, 75 young people from all regions of the world gathered to discuss the best strategies to improve youth cooperation, collaboration, and engagement. The pioneering and very much needed UNESCO Global Youth Community came to life to become the first youth-led and youth-focused umbrella platform. As a member of this community, you will be able to co-learn, design, and implement innovative initiatives to respond to key challenges. You will have opportunities to work with UNESCO, and your actions will benefit from more visibility among youth networks and with UN partners. Join us. Together, we can change the world.
พื้นที่กว่า 184,000 ไร่ในเขตอำเภองาวจังหวัดลำปางเป็นพื้นที่สงวนชีวมณฑลป่าสักห้วยท่าซึ่งได้รับการประกาศเมื่อปีพุทธศักราช 2520 เนื่องด้วยพื้นที่ดังกล่าวเป็นแหล่งอนุรักษ์ความหลากหลายทางชีวภาพและคงไว้ซึ่งระบบนิเวศที่สมบูรณ์โดยประกอบด้วยพื้นป่าหลายสภาพไม่ว่าจะเป็นป่าผสมผัดใบที่มีไม้สักป่าเต็งรังป่าดิบแล้งและสวนสัตว์ที่มีความสมบูรณ์เป็นอย่างยิ่งนอกจากนี้ยังเป็นแหล่งต้นน้ำลำธารที่สำคัญของแม่น้ำยมและเป็นแหล่งผลิตเมล็ดพันธุ์ไม้หลากหลายชนิดโดยเฉพาะเมล็ดไม้สักเป็นป่าต้นแบบเพื่อการจัดการป่าไม้แบบยั่งยืนเป็นสถานที่ฝึกอบรมผู้บริหารและนักวิจัยป่าไม้อีกทั้งยังเป็นแหล่งศึกษาวิจัยในการสนับสนุนการพัฒนาระดับท้องถิ่นระดับชาติและระดับโลกอีกด้วยพื้นที่สงวนชีวมณฑลป่าสักห้วยท่าแวดล้อมไปด้วยชุมชนที่มีวิถีชีวิตอย่างเรียบง่ายไม่ฟุ้งเฟ้อมีความผูกพันกับผืนป่ามีการจัดการที่ดินตามจารีตและประเพณีของท้องถิ่นซึ่งนั่นแสดงออกถึงความสัมพันธ์แบบเกื้อกูลกันระหว่างผืนป่าและชุมชนได้เป็นอย่างดีนอกจากนี้ในการจัดการทรัพยากรพื้นที่ได้เกิดการประสานความร่วมมือจากหลายภาคส่วนทั้งหน่วยงานราชการองค์กรปกครองส่วนท้องถิ่นตลอดจนผู้คนที่พึ่งพิงผืนป่าแห่งนี้ผืนป่าสักที่มีความสมบูรณ์มากที่สุดอีกแห่งหนึ่งของโลกและจะเป็นผืนป่าต้นแบบอันจะนำไปสู่การจัดการพื้นที่อย่างยั่งยืนต่อไปในอนาคต
In my 20 years of living and visiting and working in Cambodia, I have always learned so much. For centuries, the Cambodian people have lived alongside the honeybees. There is a honey hunting scene on the Elephant Terrace at Angkor Wat nearly 900 years ago. Cambodia is home to 4 indigenous honeybee species out of the 9 honeybee species known worldwide. This is just one example of the incredible beauty and diversity of the environment of Cambodia. Making peace with nature is one of the main challenges we face in our lifetimes. The Women for Bees initiative is one small step towards finding solutions. This partnership between UNESCO, the Environment Ministry of Cambodia, and Gerlang in the Biosphere Reserve will help women to train beekeepers and be part of a network of other female entrepreneurs worldwide. The program will foster long-term change, enabling guides to explain the history and importance of bees to the people visiting the temples.
And we can see a lot in the colony. Just like this. So the bees, they don't attack.
In the minds of men. It is in the minds of men that the defences of peace must be constructed.
This is Julie. She likes to spend the holidays visiting her Uncle George on his farm. She's heard that the entire region where her uncle lives has just been selected by UNESCO as a designated biosphere reserve. Julie isn't too sure about that. What exactly is a UNESCO Biosphere Reserve? Is it something like an Indian reservation? And will they be putting a fence around it? Then she probably wouldn't be allowed to roam around the woods and fields anymore. And Uncle George might have to get rid of his tractor and use a carriage instead. Uncle George can put his niece's mind at rest. He explains that a biosphere reserve helps humans and the environment to get along better, and it does so without damaging the lovely landscape. It doesn't need fences, just well-balanced interaction between humans and nature. Uncle George has also discovered some advantages for himself, such as opportunities to make his farm even more profitable, and this in ways that benefit nature and the region. For Uncle George, not much has changed, and Julie can continue to explore the woods and fields. But something is different. Julie is curious to find out what. The Biosphere Reserve now offers lots of new activities. Julie and other visitors can explore the area with a ranger or follow adventure trails to learn exciting facts about animals and plants. Of course, the local hotels, restaurants and tradespeople benefit from the visitors, so any doubts among the population are quickly dispelled. Many are seeing the advantages and forming corporations so that they can also participate actively in the development of the Biosphere Reserve. Julie thinks biosphere reserves are great and is almost a bit envious of her uncle because he gets to work where other people spend their holidays. And because businesses can develop so well in biosphere reserves, she might find a job there herself one day. Why not visit a biosphere reserve near you sometime? There are more of them than you think.
Palawan pa ako.
Palawan, a province of 1,780 islands, rich in biodiversity and culture, and a place where man coexists harmoniously with nature. Palawanos depend on its rich natural resources, which are the key economic industries in Palawan PR. Because of people's reliance on the environment, Palawan has to be managed sustainably for the present and next generations. The SEP for Palawan Act was signed into law in 1992, and PCSD was created as its management body. ICAN is the main strategy of the law, which is a graded system of protection and development control, dividing the whole province into management zones from the ridge to reef. Because of the SEP law, Palawan now has the highest forest and mangrove cover in the Philippines, highest wildlife endemicity, and home to 2 UNESCO-declared heritage sites, and the world's best island. Palawan is a place to celebrate life, to celebrate nature, and to celebrate diversity.
Palawan Biosphere, pinagmamalaki namin.
Pulau Wangi Wangi tidak hanya menyimpan keunikan tradisi masyarakat dan keindahan bawah lautnya, Pulau Wangi Wangi juga memiliki kekayaan alam di daratan yang patut dibanggakan. Salah satunya yaitu burung kacamata Wangi Wangi yang menjadi spesies endemik di Pulau Wangi Wangi. Kacamata Wangi Wangi memiliki nama ilmiah Zocerop paruh besar. Spesies ini sangat berperan penting untuk menjaga keseimbangan ekosistem sekitar di Pulau Wangi Wangi. Perburuan liar untuk satwa peliharaan menjadi ancaman terbesar bagi keberadaan spesies ini. Taman Safari Indonesia dan Yayasan Konservasi Alam Satwa Indonesia bekerjasama dengan Balai Taman Nasional Wakatobi untuk melakukan upaya konservasi burung kacamata Wangi Wangi yang dilakukan melalui program konservasi ex situ, link in situ. Upaya pengembangbiakan burung kacamata Wangi Wangi telah dilakukan pada unit Taman Safari Prigen Conservation Breeding Act, di mana unit pengembangbiakan ini juga berupaya mengembangbiakan satwa terancam punah lainnya asli Indonesia. Kegiatan survei lapangan juga telah dilakukan untuk mendapatkan data ekologi dan estimasi populasi kacamata Wangi Wangi, serta data sosial ekonomi masyarakat di Pulau Wangi Wangi. Upaya konservasi ini juga mendapatkan dukungan dari pemerintah daerah setempat, di mana telah dilakukan sosialisasi kepada para stakeholder dan tokoh masyarakat. Upaya konservasi ini juga mengajak generasi muda untuk turut serta dalam pelestarian burung kacamata wangi-wangi di habitat alaminya melalui kegiatan edukasi konservasi yang telah dilakukan di sekolah-sekolah di Pulau Wangi-Wangi. Mari bersama-sama kita lestarikan satwa kebanggaan Pulau Wangi-Wangi agar kacamata wangi-wangi tetap lestari. Salam lestari.
Selamat datang di Raja Ampat. Harmoni dalam keberagaman menjadi deskripsi tepat yang menggambarkan kampung halaman. Surga petualangan di pesisir Papua yang bisa membuat banyak orang jatuh cinta. Dengan beragam pesona wisata alam, seperti menikmati tarian burung cendrawasih yang memadu kasih. Serta kekayaan sosial budaya yang tak kalah menarik, seperti tarian noken, tarian adat yang memiliki makna kemakmuran dan kesuburan masyarakat Papua. Raja Ampat juga dikenal sebagai surga bawah laut tercantik di seluruh dunia. Memiliki luas 4,6 juta hektar perairan, menjadi rumah bagi 540 jenis karang, lebih dari 1.500 spesies ikan, dan ribuan biota laut lainnya. Andaikan kau datang kemari, meski hanya sendiri, pasti kau ingin kembali lagi. Selain itu, hutan-hutan tropis tak kalah menariknya dengan air terjun megah yang mengalir melimpah-limpah. Serta gugusan batu kars yang membentang luas tanpa batas. Namun, perjalanan berdua terasa lebih indah sambil menatap gugusan pulau yang membentang yang membuat mata tak dapat berpaling. Terkagum pada pandangmu dan pesonamu. Raja Ampat, pesona Indonesia yang membuatmu pasti jatuh cinta. Pantai indah dengan hamparan pasir putih yang masih terjaga. Namun tidak hanya itu, masih banyak keindahan dan senyuman disuguhkan Raja Ampat yang selalu menyertai kehadiran. Hanya di Raja Ampat.
The world has set itself a mission: achieve the 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. In Asia and the Pacific, UNESCO and its partners are mobilized to leave no one behind. Every day, in the 46 countries of the region, UNESCO works with its partners to support member states in achieving the SDGs. With its 14 offices and 1 institute in the region and multiple partner networks, UNESCO has developed programs that have transformed the daily lives of millions of people for more than 70 years. UNESCO promotes quality education for all by strengthening learning opportunities for the most vulnerable. UNESCO emphasizes the empowerment of girls and women to accelerate progress and drive change. It shines a light on the achievements and talents of women scientists. The key to sustainable development is peace, and peace is built first and foremost in the minds of people. That's why UNESCO works vigorously for dialogue, mutual respect, and freedom of expression. It preserves the heritage and cultural expressions that carry our shared values and embody our common future. It fosters the scientific knowledge that is essential to respond to climate change and preserve biodiversity. UNESCO World Heritage Sites, Biosphere Reserves, and Global Geoparks are hubs for sustainable development. Every day, UNESCO strives to preserve the sustainability of our oceans that are essential to life on Earth. The people of the Pacific small island developing states are at the front lines of climate change. Building on their indigenous knowledge, together we are tackling the severest impacts of the global climate crisis. With its partners, UNESCO currently implements more than 240 programs in Asia and the Pacific, reaching millions of people every day. The challenges are immense and time is short. Join us and let's work together for our shared humanity.
Hello, Song chào suốt.
Tại kế hộ.
Chào suốt.
Xin chào.
Hello.
Kumusta?
This is UNESCO Water Celebration Challenge 2023.
Youth Action for Water.
The wonders of Southeast Asia's UNESCO designated sites face threats from water and climate-related issues. This year, following the success of the UNESCO Water Resilience Challenge 2021 and 2022, UNESCO continues their commitment to empower youth to address these issues and be the drivers of transformational changes.
Youth for UNESCO is not just a priority group, but a powerhouse of creativity and innovation and a source of relentless ideas. We see you not just as leaders for tomorrow, but as vital change makers of today in fighting inequality, championing sustainable development, and building a world where peace thrives.
The participants here today were selected from more than 150 teams, representing almost 600 students and young professionals from 9 countries who applied to join the program.
For over 40 days, teams engage in various collaborations among peers across different countries.
We learn valuable communication and collaboration skills during mentoring and checkpoint sessions.
And we are also very grateful for the chance to gain new knowledge from different experts in the different fields that we will forever carry in our hearts and in our minds.
Fueling their journey, the teams also embark on a series of learning and professional guidance from experts across Southeast Asia and the Netherlands, producing tailor-made solutions.
The beauty of the teams today is that they are able to think outside the box without any framework, without any limitations.
Remember, the youth's voice shapes tomorrow, and the future of water resilience begins with us.
Are you passionate about youth engagement and social impact projects? If you answered yes, you are definitely in the right place. During the 11th UNESCO Youth Forum, 75 young people from all regions of the world gathered to discuss the best strategies to improve youth cooperation, collaboration, and engagement. The pioneering and very much needed UNESCO Global Youth Community came to life to become the first youth-led and youth-focused umbrella platform. As a member of this community, you will be able to co-learn, design, and implement innovative initiatives to respond to key challenges. You will have opportunities to work with UNESCO, and your actions will benefit from more visibility among youth networks and with UN partners. Join us. Together, we can change the world.
Agenda will become. Again, pada seluruh peserta yang masih berada di luar dari venue ini, kami mohon kesediaannya untuk memasuki ruangan karena sebentar lagi acara kita akan lanjutkan. Mohon panitia supaya menyampaikan kepada teman-teman yang masih berada di sekitaran Patuna Resort untuk diundang kembali masuk ke dalam ruangan.
พื้นที่กว่า 184,000 ไร่ในเขตอำเภองาวจังหวัดลำปางเป็นพื้นที่สงวนชีวมณฑลป่าสักห้วยท่าซึ่งได้รับการประกาศเมื่อปีพุทธศักราช 2520 เนื่องด้วยพื้นที่ดังกล่าวเป็นแหล่งอนุรักษ์ความหลากหลายทางชีวภาพและคงไว้ซึ่งระบบนิเวศที่สมบูรณ์โดยประกอบด้วยพื้นป่าหลายสภาพไม่ว่าจะเป็นป่าผสมผัดใบที่มีไม้สักป่าเต็งรังป่าดิบแล้งและสวนสัตว์ที่มีความสมบูรณ์เป็นอย่างยิ่งนอกจากนี้ยังเป็นแหล่งต้นน้ำลำธารที่สำคัญของแม่น้ำยมและเป็นแหล่งผลิตเมล็ดพันธุ์ไม้หลากหลายชนิดโดยเฉพาะเมล็ดไม้สักเป็นป่าต้นแบบเพื่อการจัดการป่าไม้แบบยั่งยืนเป็นสถานที่ฝึกอบรมผู้บริหารและนักวิจัยป่าไม้อีกทั้งยังเป็นแหล่งศึกษาวิจัยในการสนับสนุนการพัฒนาระดับท้องถิ่นระดับชาติและระดับโลกอีกด้วยพื้นที่สงวนชีวมณฑลป่าสักห้วยท่าแวดล้อมไปด้วยชุมชนที่มีวิถีชีวิตอย่างเรียบง่ายไม่ฟุ้งเฟ้อมีความผูกพันกับผืนป่ามีการจัดการที่ดินตามจารีตและประเพณีของท้องถิ่นซึ่งนั่นแสดงออกถึงความสัมพันธ์แบบเกื้อกูลกันระหว่างผืนป่าและชุมชนได้เป็นอย่างดีนอกจากนี้ในการจัดการทรัพยากรพื้นที่ได้เกิดการประสานความร่วมมือจากหลายภาคส่วนทั้งหน่วยงานราชการองค์กรปกครองส่วนท้องถิ่นตลอดจนผู้คนที่พึ่งพิงผืนป่าแห่งนี้ผืนป่าสักที่มีความสมบูรณ์มากที่สุดอีกแห่งหนึ่งของโลกและจะเป็นผืนป่าต้นแบบอันจะนำไปสู่การจัดการพื้นที่อย่างยั่งยืนต่อไปในอนาคต
Excellency, distinguished guests, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I believe we all have already our lovely lunch break and time. And welcome back to the venue. And I would like to introduce you to the next agenda this afternoon. It is introduction to the 5th SeaBRnet meeting, and we kindly invite to the podium Mr. Ryuichi Fukuhara from SeaBRnet Secretariat. Mr. Ryuichi.
So, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, selamat siang. So, the title is introduction to the country report, but actually I'd like to talk a little bit about the Lima Action Plan 2016-2025. This is simply because if you can see it's 2016-2025, so in the past 9 years, the Lima Action Plan has been the guidance framework for us to implement MAB activities in the past 9 years, but it's going to expire next year. So from now, we will hear the country update from the SeaBRnet member states, but also from now up to 2025, you will be required to prepare the progress of implementation of Lima Action Plan and what had been achieved, but you couldn't be achieved to analyze the situation of the biosphere reserves and the situation of the surrounding socio-economic environment, analyze the political commitment, changes, everything. And this exercise to review the 10 years, your effort to implement the Lima Action Plan will be a key important input to the next decade strategy to be discussed and to be decided in September 2025 in Hangzhou, at the 5th World Conference of the World Biosphere Reserves to formulate and to be agreed upon the new strategy for us to use a guidance for the next 10 years. So let me recap quickly about the Lima Action Plan. This is also simply because last 14th SeaBRnet meeting we organized, we gathered in Kotakinawa last November. So to be honest, Secretariat doesn't have so many things to report, to update, and the same for the, your member states. To be honest, there's no new publication in the past 5 months. And when we implemented youth activities in water, but it could be presented by my colleague, Mubade, tomorrow in the UNESCO sessions in detail. That's why I'd like to focus more on something strategic. So I don't have to talk about everything in the Lima Action Plan, but purpose is to guide manned biosphere reserve activities between 2016 and 2025, aiming to achieve sustainable development through the conservation and responsible use of the biosphere reserves. So exactly, it's almost the same timing started from the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal, which is adopted and started in 2015. Focus areas include the ecosystem restoration, the community engagement, integrating the biosphere reserve to the local, regional, global, and developmental plans. Please, next. So these are strategic areas of the Lima Action Plan to enhance conservation of the biodiversity and cultural heritage, maintain ecosystem services, and foster the sustainable and equitable use of natural resources. Second, to explore, develop, support, and study thriving and sustainable societies, economies, and human settlement, respecting the web of life on which they depend. The third, to promote the understanding of the impact of the environmental changes, including climate change, and develop and support mitigation and adaptive actions. These are 3 strategic areas to the Lima Action Plan. Please, next. So here the strategic goals, it's almost how we can achieve these strategic goals. It's set in 9 years ago, and now we are in 2024. To what extent we could achieve or we couldn't achieve, and if we couldn't achieve, what was the barrier, what is the obstacle, what is the reason why we couldn't implement enough to achieve the goals. This is going to be an exercise in the coming 1.5 years up to September 2025. Next. So of course, there's a good impact. Also, we have to emphasize by implementing the Lima Action Plan, what we can achieve. This has to be really, really emphasized. Thanks to your effort, I do believe you performed very well and you achieved a lot. And more, the environmental issues is being mainstreamed, the development agenda and the national policy, like as we heard in the morning from Jason, that many countries now in trying to increase the coverage of the protected area. And even in the Southeast Asia, although there is no representative from Lao PDR today, unfortunately, but also Lao has very, very ambitious plan to increase the forest protected area in their country. So that's a good sign. But of course, environmental pressure, the impact on climate change is increasing. So really, we have to carefully review, analyze where we stand now and what action to be taken next 10 decades. And this session will be in the next day, that tomorrow, in the last session, we will discuss about more in detail, how we can report, how we will prepare the next 10-year strategy. Please, next. So here the roadmap. And to be honest, still, we contacted the map secretary in the headquarters to hear about the preparation status of the next Council Action Plan. Tentatively, we can call it. But most probably in early July, the 36th session of the ICC map will be organized in Morocco. And there, they will show us a clear roadmap, how to prepare the reporting of the Lima Action Plan for the past 10 years, and how to prepare for the new strategy. Then we will have the September 2025 in China, Hangzhou, the 5th World Conference of the Biosphere Reserve, where we will have a new strategy for the coming 10 years. But of course, this next 10-year strategy will be very, very important. It's covering from 2026 to 2035. So it includes the target year of the SDG goals of the 2030. So we definitely see what, as of the 2030, what we could achieve and what is missing, what is shortage, where we have to invest more. Then we can see more which area we have to work on. And because the environment, this is also a topic in the next tomorrow, and more environmental pressure, the environmental problems are becoming complex and more complicated, intersected, because of the climate change, because of the biodiversity loss, increasing the western pollution, and because of the globalization. So definitely, we may have to have some new innovative approach how to address the environmental issues in front of us, or will be waiting for us in the coming 10 years. Next. So here some hint you can consider until tomorrow afternoon. Comparison to strategy goals. Now after that, we have a for example, we have a new global biodiversity framework. This is a new strategic framework for how to promote a global biodiversity in a global scale. And outcome metrics. As you can see, the SDGs, even the SDGs 14 and 15, there is a clear metrics, indicators to measure the progress of the SDG 14 and 15 of biodiversity on land and water, aquatic ecosystems. So far, Lima Action Plan doesn't have this kind of quantitative analysis to measure progress. I'm not sure whether it could be included in the next strategy or not, but we may have to consider how we can measure the progress of our ecosystem conservation, but how? This is kind of a scientific question we have to explore. And gap analysis. Still, as I said, we have to really see what is achieved, what is not achieved, why if it's not achieved, why we couldn't. Next. Then qualitative feedback also is important. And external factors, development pressure is different from 10 years ago than when Lima Action Plan was set. And external pressure for development becoming more and more in some cases. So always, at first we are working at working for nature. It's not stable. It's always changing. Not only by human-induced factors, but external factors out of our control, volcano aspect, whatever, disaster. Always we have to consider external factors to incorporate how we can manage sustainably in the ecosystems. Next, I think that's all. I think this is the last slide. Yes. So this is also the introduction to the next the session tomorrow to discuss more about how to prepare the implementation report of the Lima Action Plan and prepare for input for next strategy for the coming 10 years. Then we'd like to move to the country updates, and I'd like to invite Professor Mamon, the first speaker, the representative of Indonesia, chairman of Indonesian MAP committee, and also he is going to chair with me for this session. So Professor Mamon, floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Fukuhara-san. Good afternoon, everybody, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for your introduction about the Lima Action Plan. I really more understand about that. And we have maybe around 10 or 15 manager biosphere reserve in Indonesia. I hope the manager understand about the Lima Action Plan, because this year we have the 7 biosphere reserves should be periodic review documents. And every time we make the socialization by Zoom meeting, we always remind about the Lima Action Plan in metrics, maybe more than 60 tables, I remember. And I read some template about the Lima Action Plan is very complete. And in our presentation, we have maybe only 3 or 2 bioreserves review for Lima Action Plans. And I become the chair is since July 2023 as a chairman of Indonesian Focal Point, Man and Biosphere. And last meeting in Sabah, I met with Jason and somebody here, and I would like update after 5 months ago. Yeah, some new slide. Next slide. Yeah, as you know, we have the 20 biosphere reserve with the area 30 million hectares. And for our manager national park, they have a responsibility for core area more than 5 million hectare, buffer zone 7, almost 8. But the important thing is 17 million hectare, because we should manage, we should make the collaboration with the local people, partner from private and multi stakeholder, how this transition area should be managed for prosperity for the local people. And it is important to do. Next slide. Just highlight about the position where the 4 biosphere reserve with the year, the old one is Gunung Leuser 1981. This biosphere reserve should be periodic review this year. Please remind. And also SeaBRnet, maybe some member here. We should discuss how to prepare, and we give some template sample from Korea, from Japan. They already make the periodic review documents. But the important things, Fukuhara-san already remind, Lima Action Plan should be in periodic review. It is important. And tomorrow, Jiamsia Batu, they have the project with ITTO Yokohama, should be represent in the progress about this biosphere reserve. Next slide. This is Sumatra. In Java Island, we have 5. There's volcano. There's almost volcano and coastal in Karimun Jawa. The old one is 1977, Cibodas Biosphere Reserve will present tomorrow in Indonesian sessions. And also there are periodic review for Bromo Tengger Semeru Arjuno. Last month we did the discussion about how to make periodic review, and many multi-stakeholders discussed, more than 70 stakeholders, including the partnership private company, electric company, and water company. They join in how to prepare periodic review in Bromo Tengger. Next slide. In Kalimantan Island BR, we have two. Yeah, maybe next time we should add the new biosphere reserve. I don't know, the idea in Sabah from Malaysia, some idea make the biosphere reserve transboundary. Maybe it will be discussed for next meeting. And the Tanjung Puting should be also under periodic review for this year. They should submit the documents, and the both Tanjung Puting and Betung Kerihun will present the progress implementation BR. I suggest please make some review in your documents about the Lima Action Plan, maybe one or two slides, what the progress according to the Lima Action Plans. Next slide. And the Sulawesi Island is many member of BR. There is 6. The old one is Lorelindu. Lorelindu also, they should prepare under periodic review, and they have international collaboration with German, and I think there is many activity in this area, and I hope they will presentation also in Lorelindu, Takabonderate, and Wakatobi. They will present the progress, and please insert Lima Action Plan, 1 or 2 slide. Fukuhara-san will make attention about this progress. Next. In the last Nusa Tenggara Island, we have 3. Rinjani Lombok, tomorrow they will present the implementation progress. And Komodo, this year they should prepare also periodic review. Next. Yeah, we summary about the progress implementation of the LAP. Upon reviewing the development plans for 20 reserves in Indonesia, it was found that there is no explicit integration of the Lima Action Plan. While activities aligned with the LAP may have been implemented in this 20 reserve, performance indicators have not been evaluated since 2016. Therefore, going forward, there is still a need to compile the LAP according to Fukuhara-san for the 20 biosphere reserve in Indonesia. Next. And last year, sorry, 2023, we have 3 biosphere reserve already periodic review, and 3 BR already the statutory framework of the WNBR in 35 ICC meeting in June 12 and 15, 2023. And I try to check and read the periodic review documents. Please, next. For example, the Cibodas, yeah, we have found in the document periodic review some activity content the Lima Action Plan. I make the table, but I don't have time to show the table of the metrics of LAP. And also about SDGs, there's 1, 4, 6, 13, 14, 15, and 17. And you know, the Cibodas BR is very important biosphere reserve for Jakarta capital and some of West Java, because the 40 million people need water, and many water company, international company like Danone and some international water company, they take the water from this BR. Next. Wakatobi BR. Yeah, I checked in periodic review. There are also 5 action plan in content of the document. I hope the manager should check again how many point, because there are more than 60 table or 60 point should be right in the table, and we know later how many percent the 5 action plan already implemented, and this BR already visited by Jokowi, President Republic Indonesia. They look they make some priority for the tourists for Wakatobi BR. Next. And the last is Giam Siak Kecil Bukit Batu. Tomorrow from ITDO and Ministry of Forestry will implement, and we found in periodic review documents there's some points already implemented, but we must check again for more detail how many percents from the table already implemented by Giam Siak. Next. Yeah, key challenge. I think Fukuhara-san already explained about the forest cover. Forest cover in Biosphere Reserve is important. It is impossible. Is forest cover in Biosphere Reserve only 20%, 25%, and you know, if you read in Japan, the forest cover, I think more than 60 or 70%. Yeah, I think that's why we should imitate how the Japanese make the forest cover, like in BR. Maybe next future we should study in Japan, and also the communities in this area face vulnerability due to the growing populations, the lack innovation and protective measure compromise potential benefits, unsustainable practice in bioresource utilization persists, compounded by a shortage of water resources and degraded watersheds. Next, the key challenge for BR logistics. The important thing is research and innovation program, and BR are still limited. And we are in BRIN would like discuss with our boss to make the program special research for biodiversity in Biosphere Reserve. I hope the MAB member will get some funding and send some scientists in some Biosphere Reserve Indonesia. Next. And key challenge important for institutional of BR regulation. Indonesia lacks a national regulation that supports the management of Biosphere Reserve. Sometimes the managers in Regency could not get the money from central government because there is no regulation for manage the biosphere reserves. Next. Way forward. Yeah, since February we focus in the 7 periodic review for 7 biosphere reserve from Lesser, Siberut, Bromo Tengger, Tanjung Puting, Takabonerate, Lorelindu, and Komodo. And we assist and discuss and implementation MAB UNESCO program to the nomination opportunities of biosphere reserve in Timor-Leste. We will discuss that with the member from Timor-Leste after that. And the important things is the focal point also encourage and discuss the new nominated biosphere reserve. Next. There are 2 candidates, but I hope tomorrow Secretary of Regen, Raja Ampat, will present introducing how they prepare the new nomination of biosphere reserve. If I hope they they will submit this year. It become member 2021 Biosphere Reserve in Indonesia. Next. Thank you very much for organizing committee UNESCO Jakarta, Wakatobi Regen, and CNIU and other stakeholder already invite us in this meeting. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Mamang. So basically, we will have the Q&A session after the all Vietnam before the coffee break. So no, later on. So I'd like to invite the second speaker from Cambodia, Dr. Cham Nang, the Minister of Environment.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm so glad that I have a chance to have a speak about the Cambodian Biosphere Reserve, and thank you so much for inviting me to attend the Southeast Asia 15th Southeast Asia Biosphere Reserve Network. So today I'm very pleased to talk about the project called the Tonle Sap Biosphere Reserve project that talk about the management plan and conservation activity. Next slide, please. So my content for this speak would be about four. So firstly, I would like to talk about the introduction, progress of the implementation of the activity, and challenges and way forward. Next, please. So just would like to highlight about the overall responsibility about the responsible for the Tonle Sap Biosphere Reserve. So actually, the General Directorate of the Nature Protected Area, called GDNCP, that of the Ministry of Environment in Cambodia, are responsible for the conservation of the on the nature and biodiversity conservation in the Biosphere Reserve. And within the GDNDP, the Department of Freshwater Wetland Conservation Department play important role in the wetland biodiversity conservation. And actually, we have total in protected area in Cambodia we have 73, and total area about 7.2 million hectare. So if compared to Indonesia, it's very small because you have like 30 million hectare, but we have only 7.2 million hectare, and about 41% of the country land area, including terrestrial protected area and wetland. So actually, about 30% of the wetland are conservation in Cambodia. Next slide, please. So just would like to show about the 8 category for nature protected area and law in Cambodia. So one would say the national park and wildlife sanctuary, protected landscape, multiple use area, Ramsar Site, Biosphere Reserve, and Heritage Park, and the last one is Marine Park. So in this slide, just would like to show that all wetland that under management by Freshwater Wetland Conservation Department of Ministry of Environment in Cambodia, we have focused on the Tonle Sap area that you can see in the red point, and also along the coastal and other part in along the Mekong Delta. Yes, so Tonle Sap Lake, as many of you know, that Tonle Sap Lake is the largest of the freshwater wetland in Southeast Asia. And actually, Tonle Sap Lake is recognized by UNESCO in 1997 we start to work on in 1997, like establish or create the station for team to work on that area, and the Royal Government of Cambodia recognized biosphere reserve in 2001. So we have around 1.5 million hectare in the total, include buffer zone, transition zone, and core zone. And we have three important core zone called Prek Tual, Bang Telechma, and Stengsan core area. And actually, this Tundesa Biosphere Reserve is recognized globally as potential biodiversity hotspot. So there are at least about 3.7 million people that living around and near the Tundesa Biosphere Reserve. Next, please. So first, I would like to show the two core areas that located in Kampong Thom province. So one is Bang Tundechma core areas, about 14,000 hectares. And second one is Stengsan core area, is about 6,000 hectares. So we have other village that living around, and one village in the core area of the Bang Tundechma, but basically people is outside of the core area. Next, please. So is this the last core area called Prek Tual. Prek Tual area is the most important for biodiversity conservation. Actually, the population of the live water bird colony, we can say like the biggest in Southeast Asia, and more than 200 species that make a nest in the dry season. And we have good protection of this area and include more than 10 species of the globally important species for the water bird. Next, please. So actually, we work on the Tundesa Biosphere Reserve. We based on several laws. For example, we have law and regulation. For example, we have like forestry law, fishery law, and protected area law. And we also have the policy and strategy. For example, we have an action plan for the environment from 2016 to 2031. And we have the international and regional law, etc. And actually, this slide I would like to show about the partnership for the site management and conservation. So the General Directorate of the Nature Protected Area is responsible for the national level, for example, monitoring, evaluation, policy, and decision maker. And the Provincial Department of Environment is responsible for the site patrolling, enforcing and conservation and protecting the area. So they take action. For example, they do like a patrolling action and to conduct by the SMART program to stop illegal hunting, illegal activity, illegal logging, etc. And community protected area is also core management to mechanism to engage local community in conserving and management in the site. And actually also we not only Ministry of Environment that work on the Biosphere Reserve, but also we cooperation with the ministry involved or local NGO to protect natural resources in the Tundesa Biosphere Reserve. And consultation meeting with relevant stakeholders to exchange information or view and to set up the management plan is very important to integrate to work together in the Cambodia. Next, please. Yeah. So actually, as you introduction in the first early that about the Lima action plan. But in Cambodia, we also have an action plan in between all the three among core areas. So this slide, I would like to highlight about the three management plan from 2024 to 2027. So we have highlighted a few points important that link to the core area. For example, we have like a operation of the maintaining of the Ramsar site or core area of the Tundesa Biosphere Reserve, and conservation of the management of the biodiversity, natural resource review and monitoring and research, and climate change adaptation and resilience program, and ecotourism development, livelihood development, and international cooperation. So conservation, actually in the management plan, we highlight very high about the livelihood development because it's very important key point to make people have a job or something that reduce the tree cutting or reduce the using natural resource in the Indonesia Biosphere Reserve. Next, please. So actually, in Cambodia, we also I also would like to talking about the recently we have established the three management group of the Indonesia Biosphere Reserve. So one we call the SeaBRnet or Indonesia Biosphere Reserve Coordinate Secretariat, and the second one is about the technical working group, and the last one is the management coordinating working group. Next, please. So this group very important as you saw in the slide. So the SeaBRnet Secretariat that play important role to facilitate inter-ministerial and coordinate for the meeting, do report, and organize invitation letter to all ministry involved. And the technical working group also we focus on 4 activity. For example, the hydrology, ecosystem conservation, governance, and livelihood. So if anything of this working group, technical working group could not decide or could not do, they have to report to the management coordinating working group to make advice or to make decision and to something to support. But in the last one on the top, we have like a ministerial gathering. So that means the level of the minister. So all minister. So actually we have like 11 ministry involved. So minister of environment is the leader of the group. So anything they call a meeting to decide. For example, if something big happen in the Indonesia Biosphere Reserve, we have to call meeting for make decision. Yeah. Next, please. So for the action plan for 2024 and 2028, about 5 years, we also found out the more issue, not only for that 4 points that I mentioned early, but also we include 2 more activity for the strategy action plan. So one is the governance. It's very important to coordinate to make good service for people in community, and hydrology management, because as you know the water level in Indonesia have changed a lot according to we have dam or whatever in the up of the Mekong River, and biodiversity conservation and ecosystem restoration. That means habitat restoration and pollution control and management. And the 5th one is land use management, because land issue is also very popular in Cambodia. So, and the last point is the livelihood improvement. Next slide, please. Yeah, so actually, I just want to highlight about the what we organize or what we stop illegal fishing or illegal hunting or land grabbing in Cambodia, especially in the Indonesia Biosphere Reserve. So we have like several ranger station in the stream or in the lake, and also we have a ranger to do daily patrol or stay overnight, or changing all the time. We have permanently all the time stay in the waterbird colony especially, and we're using smart patrol and drone and using mobile phone, GIS and advanced map and drone, and for the data collection. Next slide, please. Yeah, so biodiversity conservation, as I also mentioned in the first slide, we had very a lot of important bird species, and also invertebrate, or more than 300 species and more than 210 species of the water bird, and we have more than one species of the global important species, and we have some more that have present in the Indonesia Biosphere Reserve, and we have good coordination or cooperation with local NGO. For example, we work closely with UNESCO, FAC, and WCI, and etc. to save the natural resource in the Indonesia Biosphere Reserve. Next slide, please. Yes, so this one I would like to to share you experience about. We have like we call like 3 top observation platform. So that means we build a platform in the flooded forest made by wood, as the picture can show. So we can mobile every year according to the migrate of the waterbird colony in the core area. So we have 11 observation platform in the Prectoral core area, and so we do this to monitor population migration of waterbird in the waterbird colony in Prectoral. Next slide, please.
Dr. Janam, you have 2 minutes to go.
Okay, thank you. And we also have support 16 community to patrol to do stop illegal fishing or illegal hunting in the Indonesia Biosphere Reserve as well. So this one to have a quick show you about the bird population count in 2004 to 2022. So each want to highlight 3 species, Mickey stock, greater adjutant, and lesser adjutant. So as you can see, the population Mickey stock is not very much about a few pair, but if you see the greater adjutant, it's about 200 pair in Prectoral core area, and lesser adjutant we have about more than 400 pair in the Prectoral core area. This also would like to show about the 4 species: painted stock, spot-billed pelican, oriental darter, and of course Asian open-bill. So like 2,000 pair of the painted stock, and spot-billed pelican about nearly 2,000, and oriental darters about 10,000, and of course Asian open-bill stock about 14,000 birds in the Prectoral core area. Yeah, so just quickly about the habitat restoration, as very Minister of the Ministry of Environment very keen to work on habitat restoration. Actually, we plan for million tree every year to plant in the Indonesia Biosphere Reserve, and actually we also plan for tree sibling about 100,000 per year to resell and to divide or to provide to the local community to plant the tree. Next slide, please. Yes, so also we conduct, we have to keep water, because in the dry season in the Indonesia core area is very dry, sometimes in the canal, in the stream upper the Indonesia. So we have do something like a stop canal and block the water to make sure keep water for using in the dry season, because sometimes the fire happen and we have no water to stop the fire. So we have to keep water. It's not also to stop the fire, but also we have to keep the fish inside the inside the canal, and the water can use for the local ranger as well. So we have about 5 place to do stop water, to stop the water for using for the wildlife conservation in the mainstream in the Prectoral core area. Yes, so also we do capacity building. So we established about 5,000 books of the Indonesia Biosphere Reserve for for use of the student in the university, for any people to use, for the to know about the population, to know about the how important of waterbird in Biosphere Reserve, and also we public of the guideline for the wide use for the freshwater wetland in Cambodia, And we do capacity building on the national staff, subnational, and about the wildlife management, about the wetland management, and about the any technique to save the natural resource in Indonesia Biosphere Reserve. And also we do celebrate of the World Wetland Day and celebrate of the Migratory Bird Day every year. Yes, so livelihood improvement, we also cooperation with local NGO to, raise buffalo and cow and, to give to local community. And we also have the grain or IB rye to make sure people that they grow rye without chemical or, and we can buy rye from them very high price that make them to protect the wildlife for ecotourism activity. Yeah, so we have a lot of challenges, but probably you can read from here. Like population growth in Indonesia is very challenges for the Indonesia Biosphere Reserve activity or for the conservation, and overfishing of course also have a problem for the Indonesia Biosphere Reserve, and sufficient budget for boundary demarcation, because demarcation is very important to make sure people not grab land, and not clear land from the forest, and also lack of the sustainable partnership between the public and private sector for sustainable development, and there is no freshwater service matrix framework to quality of the water service in the Indonesia Biosphere Reserve. Yeah, so next slide, please. I think. Yeah, so I just want to talk quickly about how bad of the fire in the Fractal Corridor in 2015. So about 5,000 hectares have problems. So, and the way forward. Next slide, please. Yeah, so we have several to improve the Indonesia Biosphere Reserve, like continue strengthening and functioning of the Indonesia Biosphere Reserve, and continue implementing daily site monitoring, enforcement, and conservation, and continue working with other Biosphere Reserve site network and exchange experience, develop strategy and action plan for the Indonesia Biosphere Reserve, and TSBR boundary demarcation, and also provide good cooperation with all relevant stakeholders, develop partner, NGO partner, and donor private sector for biodiversity conservation, sustainable livelihood, and sustainable development for the Indonesia Biosphere Reserve. Thank you very much for your patience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chanang. And yeah. So let's move to the next speaker from Malaysia. From Penang, right? Penang here.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Fukuhara, for the introduction. I think before I start, I would like to just apologize because I'm probably not the best person to be in this meeting. Firstly, this is my first meeting with the network, and I was not given any information, but as I read, I try my best to include. So I come from the Center for Marine and Coastal Studies, University of Science Malaysia. So what will I do is today to present some of the initiatives that we have been doing and have been doing. And probably we are the youngest biosphere in the region, probably, but 2 years ago. Yeah, one of the youngest. I would not claim the youngest. So briefly, Malaysia only have 3 biosphere. As compared to Indonesian and other counterparts in the region, we are truly baby. Yeah. Yes. So there are much for us to learn. Our first is 2009, but I saw 1977 was our in Indonesia. So, and Penang Hill is 2021, slightly 2.5 years that we have only been recognized as a biosphere. So it was in 15 September 2021 with an area of 12,481 hectares. Not very big, but of course, out of the 3 biospheres, Penang is the only one with a marine area. So biosphere marine area is kind of new for Malaysia. Therefore, we are trying our best to learn from other parts of the world that have biosphere in the marine. So throughout this journey, we have also learned a little bit more how do we manage an area which I will show you why it is challenging. I'll take the liberty of focusing on this area because this is where I'm from. There is a Center for Marine and Coastal Studies, so we are very lucky that this center is actually situated within the biosphere itself. So we are doing now a lot of work trying to align our work to reach what biosphere wants us to achieve. So we have 3 main refocus area, research focus, which is sustainable aquaculture, biodiversity and conservation, marine pollution and toxicology, mainly on the marine environment. But of course, the land area is much more well studied. This is the result of one big effort in 2017 that resulted, the resultant of the expedition yielded good baseline data for us to do an application for the biosphere. So I'm sure we have more of this because this is just a 6-month effort. So if we have increased the effort, we have probably doubled the number very quickly. And if you can see, we have no marine components in it. So there are some missing components of this. So starting our efforts on documenting as well as documenting the marine environment as well. So we do not just document the data. All of the specimens collected are now being properly curated, and the biosphere in Penang is also very lucky because there is a botanical garden within the biosphere itself. So, and within the botanical garden, there's a working herbarium. So all of the specimens are now properly documented and kept properly. So the effort of biosphere has given us the opportunity to really revive the botanical garden because it was left unused for the past almost 20 years. So this effort have given the botanical garden a new life to continue its work. So apart from that, of course, we talk a lot on biodiversity, but within Penang, Penang Georgetown is famous for its heritage, but within the biosphere itself, there are many components of cultural heritage, which is very important, which maybe sometimes we have not talked enough. Although biosphere talks a little bit environment, but I think there are cultural important materials that Penang Hill can set an example that these are the intersections between culture and environment where this protected area is very important for. Of course, also after having the recognition in 2021, the first thing that we did very much is to tell people what it is all about, because most of the people that lives within the biosphere do not even know what it meant, what it encompasses, and what does it do. So we have been doing a lot of engagement with people around the biosphere as well as beyond the biosphere to really talk about what are they getting into, what will they benefit to as well, and how do we then manage the conflicts between sustainable management of resources as well as the sustainability of their economic income. So we took a lot of effort trying to convince a lot of people, but of course, this is ongoing work that needs to be done continuously. Beyond that, we reach also beyond Penang, we try to reach out to more people to find more help in actual fact. So our efforts of telling people about Penang Biosphere moves beyond Penang. As I said, we have not done a lot on the marine environment and marine biodiversity within Penang. So we organized, actually co-organized World Conference on Marine Biodiversity in 2023. So we took the opportunity to talk about Penang Hill as well. And as well as there are this yearly event of Penang Hill Festival that is going to continue to educate people on what this event all about. But I would like to introduce a little bit different activities that might be interest of other biosphere, because we took an approach very differently. Apart from just bringing your exhibits out and telling people what it is, we actually bring people into the biosphere and to talk to people within the biosphere. So these are one or two of the examples that Penang Hill is very famous for. There are this occasion nature walks run by groups of volunteers. Because Penang Hill has about 23 hiking trails of different difficulties. These are all run by volunteer groups. So essentially, we engaged the volunteer group, we did some training with them, and based on their experience also, now they are bringing people into the biosphere to talk about the biodiversity, the plants, and the importance of conservation. I like to show this slide because we do not just focus on the public. It is very important also to start engaging young people. I like to highlight Nature Classroom always because Nature Classroom do not just bring the children. It brings the children and the parents together. So the partnership between the children and the parents coming together is one important part, because as I said, this worked very well. Because if you start just engaging the children, when they go back home, they start to tell their parents and family, and then the parents have no idea what they're talking about. The education stops there. So if you bring together with their parents, the conversation continues. As you educate the children, you educate the parents as well. So that worked well for us. And the conversation, we sort of take a survey with the parents and children again after a week. The conversation continues at home. So that for us worked very, very well. So the Nature Classroom and Junior Forest Exploration is one good example of the partnership between parents and children. Moving ahead, also thinking about what to do next, what's something different that we wanted to do as well. These are the words that has been continuously being used, but we have already implemented it and tested it out how good it is. So beyond just scientists collecting data, we want our people to be engaged in science. It moves beyond awareness. Being aware is good, but being engaged is something different. So we created with our partners, we created a few innovative programs such as citizen science. We call it citizen science. Means involving your people to collect data for you. The data might be useful, might be not, but you are essentially engaging them into the science of conservation. So moving beyond awareness, now we want to engage them to be involved of part of the work. And believe me, part of the data is pretty useful, right? So this is one urban wildlife sighting. Just take a picture, send it to us. The feedback will come back, give you a proper identification what it is. So by that, you don't need to always just engage scientists to do the work, and you can get data 10 times faster now, right? So with technology, engage with the people, with the proper training, you probably can gather data much, much faster than scientists can do. The second one I would also like to highlight is coastal cleanup. So because we had the marine environment, and Jason was not complaining. We were talking a lot about looking at plastic at all of our region. Our region is much, much responsible for it. So one of the things we wanted to engage is not, people get so used to seeing plastic on the beach or on the coastal area that they have no more sort of aesthetic feelings towards it. So one thing what we did is to organize coastal cleanup. remember that coastal cleanup is not just about taking the trash. We are not just want to target the trash. We want them to sort of weigh and understand that the amount of trash which is on the. So we always use this tag like we are not trash collecting. We are not just collecting trash. We are collecting data. So that sort of give it a second layer of engagement. Now you're engaging them, the awareness part, they feel how much the plastic is down there. Now there is a data for it. So by doing this constantly, monitoring at certain beaches, you can see, you actually can monitor the amount. Is it going up, going down? And people are very interested to sort of looking at this long-term kind of monitoring program. As I say, we do not have much experience with biosphere. Probably we'll have to be part of the other network of coastal and island and coastal biosphere network. But this is our impending threats that we see in our area. This is not exclusive to us. Well, we can see two things here. Probably this kind of picture you would not see 20 years ago because you will probably see bigger fish 15 years ago. The pictures are very different. So now you can see catch size always reduces. But of course, to the young people, this is normal. But for people who have lived more than 30 years, will probably, this is not what we are looking at 30 years ago. But the threat is real, right? And the other side is an aquaculture industry, which is within the biosphere. So they were there before us. So this is how then we manage this two difficult situation. So what the center does is to create also innovative solutions now. How to transit their economic system, how to move towards more sustainable way of fisheries industry. Of course, we are looking a little bit more on aquaculture. Aquaculture has a very, very bad connotation, so we call it sustainable aquaculture, culturing animals and seaweed, which is very low in their profit level, which is more sustainable than fishes or shrimp. So by creating this system as well as helping them transit, we can see what worked and what did not work. What worked is that you need long time to convince them. There is an example that we did in another place that we tried to recreate in the biosphere. It took us 8 years because the fishermen started doing it by part-time. So you cannot tell them to transit immediately. It did not work. It will never work. So the project must start at the beginning together with the community. They must start from time zero, meaning they started with just as part-time, but as first year, second year has gone, when they see the yield, they will start be convinced that, hey, this work. It takes less more effort to get more money. So, and then it transits to a much cleaner way of getting money. So these are some examples that we can talk a little bit more after this presentation, or we can talk during coffee session. I sort of struggle how to then tie it up because I'm supposed to report Malaysia. The other two, I have no idea yet what has the other two biosphere been working. And of course, it's my responsibility to go back to take Fukuhara-san's advice to tell them, hey, you have to do something. But these are some of the things that we already have been doing in our management plan. Probably not very clear. We are aligning our projects to SDGs already. So all the initiatives are mapped out to SDG. So it directly answers what we wanted to do. Of course, SEPA is an ongoing effort, and it has been now funded by NCTF, by National Conservation Trust Fund. And we continuously get funding from the government as well as a private agency to continue our communication efforts. So I think what is very important is to looking at the next 10 years, probably try to really zoom into our SDG goals because we're gonna report it anyway. So all the initiatives should then answer directly to our SDG goals. By that, thank you very much. Terima kasih, Pak.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abu. And always the Malaysian case is quite important, quite interesting to hear, but only my frustration and dissatisfaction that it's the same from Cambodia, although they have potential of very potential good natural condition and the richness of the biodiversity, but very small number of the biosphere reserves in Cambodia and Malaysia. This is I'm a little bit unsatisfied. So we'd like to invite next speaker from the Philippines, Ms. Anthony Irish. Floor is yours.
Okay, good afternoon. I am Irish Villamore, representing the Palawan Council for Sustainable Development, the Palawan Biosphere Reserve BR Management Authority, and on behalf of the Philippine BR Network and the Philippine National Commission for UNESCO, I am presenting our country updates. So just a brief background, the Philippine Biosphere Reserve Network was founded in 2018 in Puerto Princesa City in Palawan, my hometown, and to serve as a platform for collaboration and cooperation amongst existing and aspiring BRs in the Philippines. And we aim to promote the SeaBRnet as an active and strong advocate of sustainable development through collective initiatives and actions of the biosphere reserves in the country. So these photos, they show the close collaboration and camaraderie among local and national champions and prime movers for sustainable management of our BRs in the Philippines. To date, we have 3 biosphere reserves in the Philippines: the Puerto Galera, which was designated in 1977, and which is located within the proximity of the center of marine biodiversity. We also have the Palawan BR, again, my hometown, which was designated in 1990 and which is known as the last ecological frontier with the highest forest cover in the Philippines. And lastly, the Albay, which was designated in 2016 and features Mayon volcano, the country's most active volcano and one of the most active in the world, having erupted over 51 times in the past 4 centuries. So while the pandemic hampered the efforts of our 3 BRs to implement the Lima Action Plan, however, through multi-stakeholder and community-based approaches, our 3 BRs ensure that we retain our status as benchmark for sustainable management of biodiverse sites and biosphere reserves. For instance, our Puerto Galera Biosphere Reserve is home to one of the recent efforts to establish a center for research and awareness of diverse living environments. We also call it CRADLE, which the UP, or the University of Philippines Marine Science Institute, hopes to become a world-class facility that caters not just to researchers, but also to international researchers. So this facility will focus on 2 main themes: the biodiversity and ecosystem health, and disaster risk reduction and management. And each theme would have research, education, and outreach components. The Puerto Galera Biosphere Reserve also strives to keep up with its new responsibility because it is among the country's 5 gems, or the green economy models. So based on reports, we have been, there are 5 issues or concerns that have been identified, which include climate change, habitat loss, pollution, over-exploitation of species, and invasive species. But we need the help of our community, so the Department of Interior and Local Government, DILG, the Department of Tourism, or DOT, and the DNR, they are working together to get the support of our community members and the youth sectors. As regards to Palawan Biosphere Reserves, we recognize the value of community-based sustainable tourism, the data and scientific research, and we provide virtual platforms beyond the pandemic. So we have established the Biodiversity Resource Access Information Network, or the BRAIN system. This is actually funded by, and with in collaboration with the USAID. We have this digital innovation actually is now being used to report environmental offenses and crimes, and we use this also for online permitting system to expedite the regulation of those who want to collect or utilize natural resources in our province. We also spearhead annual international conference on biosphere and sustainability, and we do advocacy, communication, and education campaigns and activities. So again, I am a member of the Palawan Council, member staff of the Palawan Council for Sustainable Development. So our agency is the BR Management Authority for Palawan Biosphere Reserve, and we facilitate sustainable development in our province through the implementation of environmentally critical areas network, or ECAN. The ECAN is actually a strategy that provides, it's a ridge to reef strategy that provides a graded system of protection and development management across the entire province. So with this ECAN, we do delineate boundaries for core zones, buffer zones, and multiple use zones. So that is one of our major mandates in the province of Palawan. We do also have this Palawan Knowledge Platform, which is an online mechanism for sharing of biodiversity information and data regarding Palawan. We have partners from different or various stakeholders, and including the academe, and we do regular meetings and conferences to share our knowledge and data about sustainability and the current status or conditions of our natural resources in Palawan. Apart from that, we also did a lot of building capacities or capacity building activities. Last 2023, we had an education for sustainable development training of teachers and pilot teaching. This was funded and spearheaded by the European Union Global Diaspora Facility, and we have been assisted by diaspora expert. So what we did is, we did capacity building of our faculty members of our universities, and we helped them develop a high standard curriculum that integrates the sustainable development principles into the courses of the Palawan University students. Apart from that, we also have the project management training, which was also funded by the European Union, and the focus was to capacitate the local government units to help them establish or develop programs, activities, and projects that could get them that could support the management of our biosphere reserves. Also, we did awareness raising. So I belong to the education team in our agency. So we did a lot of lecture series in different universities and schools. And the recent one was the film showing of the Blue Quest Palawan, which has won a conservation award in the International Ocean Film Festival in San Francisco. So we did this screening of the documentary film to show to the people, to our audience, the efforts or the importance of marine conservation, as well as the efforts of our local communities in supporting the implementation of marine conservation related activities and programs. Okay, let's now go to the Albay Biosphere Reserve. The Albay Biosphere Reserve espouses the value of strengthening BR Management Council, harmonizing plans and implementing sustainable management strategies through, among others, the adoption of the Albay Biosphere Reserve Management Plan to local development plans, development of the Albay Ecotourism Circuit, and regularly conducts eco tour guides training, establishment of the Albay BR Research and Development Center, and the passage of a resolution that declares November 3 as their Albay Biosphere Reserve Day. So it coincides with the International Day for BR, which was also celebrated every 3rd of November. And then the province of Albay also builds on its key features as Biosphere Reserve to further mobilize support for the protection of its natural resources, as well as its natural heritage that draws tourists to the province and also boasts of the presence of endemic species. The Albay BR also has pioneered the establishment of BRDC, or the Biosphere Reserve and Research Center, building in Manito Town, Albay. This facility serves as the rescue, shelter, and monitoring area for biodiversity resources, particularly marine wildlife in the province. So for the joint projects and initiatives of SeaBRnet, throughout the years, the Biosphere Reserves in the Philippines and the Philippine National Commission for UNESCO, together with our partners from different regional offices and stakeholders, draw inspiration from communities and the youth in constantly improving our programs, projects, and activities. And we always bear in mind that the accountability is not just to humans, but also to nature. So last 2023, November, we held this international conference on biosphere and sustainability. This served as a platform for exchange of knowledge, practices, and experiences on biodiversity, conservation, and protection. So we gathered different people from different sectors to talk about the policies and to encourage our stakeholders to be part of our programs, activities, and projects related to our biosphere reserves. So these are just some of the photos. We also had actually plenary talks from the UNESCO Jakarta and from diaspora expert from the European Union. So it was attended by different people, international and local. And we also celebrated the International Day for BR in 2022, the first ever International Day for BR. So this celebration was organized with the National Commission for UNESCO and the other two biosphere reserves, the Albay and the Puerto Galera Biosphere Reserves. We held exchange programs. So the delegates from the Puerto Galera and Albay Biosphere Reserves came to visit our place to experience our practices. And our delegates from Palawan were also sent to Puerto Galera and Albay. And they got to visit learning sites, including our Puerto Princesa Subterranean River National Park, which is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. So these are just some of the photos. We conducted community consultation and regular monitoring visits to discuss gender-related concerns and the youth sector's extent of involvement in the existing efforts for the preservation or protection of our respective BRs. So we have been incorporating in our programs and plans the gender and development, since honestly, we have not been very focused on that theme. But now that we have capable and competent experts from different agencies, we have been doing this gender-related activities as well. And we have this submission of nomination dossier for Yapayao Aspiring Biosphere Reserve. We had a joint review prior to its submission to the UNESCO MAB in February 2024. So yeah, the support continues as the Yapayao Biosphere Reserve works on the submission of additional documents. But the International Advisory Council has already recommended that the proposed Yapayao Biosphere Reserve be approved pending the submission of additional documents and information, hopefully. So we also had this knowledge and experiences sharing on UNESCO programs for Philippine natural heritage sites. Yan, a lot of conferences and orientations, as well as surveys and meetings and exchanges. And then we have this ongoing development of the Philippine Biosphere Reserve Network website. Oops. And again, the youth sectors, we empower them because we wanted them to be part of this action. Yeah. So it's all about the youth. We let them participate in different consultations, in different seminars and workshops. So they are now to become more capacitated and become more competent, and they can provide insightful opinions and ideas when we do our crafting of plans and programs. For the key challenges, we identified several, I think 4 key challenges as of now. We have concerning the broader research and information sharing, there is a need to accelerate awareness raising of the BR concept among local communities and private sector who could render support. There is a need for more research and to activate citizen scientists. For more protection, we have identified that there are still threats of illegal wildlife trade and construction of infrastructures close to protected areas. Despite our intensive information, still they exist. There's also a need for a more effective mechanisms at the national level to bridge research and policies on biosphere management and conservation, bridging science policy divide, and more appreciation of green and blue economies models, or the GEMS, and engaging more local champions in BR management and protection. So for the ways forward, we wanted to level up awareness raising on the significance of our BRs. Through an upcoming project, we have this publication and promotional materials for the Puerto Galera Biosphere Reserve. So we would like to highlight, of course, the Puerto Galera Biosphere Reserve. And then there is also a joint research that would highlight the Puerto Princesa Subterranean River National Park and the Tubet Taha Reeves Natural Park. These 2 are the World Heritage Sites found in Palawan. So we would like to have a documentary film concerning these 2 heritage sites. And again, we felt like we still need to capacitate our local personnel in maintaining BR concepts in tourism development and management of local government plans. And we would want to monitor the implementation of provisions of the cultural mapping law, as well as bridge the site with potential partners for the use of eco-labeling for food and consumer products and BRs. Likewise, we would want to provide support to information centers for researchers and tourists. So although we already have the Palawan Knowledge Platform, the BRDC, and other conservation center located in our 3 biosphere reserves, still we need to provide more information centers. So establishment and mobilization of our youth networks, as I have mentioned earlier. The sustainable tourism practices shall be ensured. The education for sustainable development has to be in place. Although we have initiated this activity already, we have to address the research gaps in published scientific research that could feed policy recommendation, forging of multi-sector stakeholder partnerships, and building of capacity to have more BR nominations. And for the last slide, we have this proposed inputs for the upcoming 10-year strategy, the mobilization of the resources for the implementation of a more youth-led sustainability projects. So yeah, we are really aware of the importance of our youth sectors. That's why we want them to be actively involved as we do our implementation of our strategies. And we implement another input is the implementation of research and development projects, sharing of best practices in green economy and blue economy, the bridging of knowledge platforms to promote citizen science within BRs, support BRs as observatories for climate change adaptation, and lastly, building capacities in preparing reports and communication and management plans that will be more useful and relatable to communities and youth networks. So that's all for the Philippines. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Nairish, to cover the comprehensive aspect of the whole biosphere reserve, so including the youth activities and this and that. So yeah, we're gonna move to next speaker from Thailand.
Okay, Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. For Thailand, I would like to in the last SeaBRnet, we present about our progress in 2023, so about focusing on how we adopting the National Action Plan on Bio-Circular and Green Economy concepts in our works in Biosphere Reserve. So in this time, I think as we may have not much progress in the first quarter of the year, as we are our Biosphere Reserve manager is really busy with their work, and also as well as focusing on forest protection missions in the protected area. So in this time, I would like to present you the large pictures of our works in the era of Lima Action Plan, or in the last 10 years that we have some actions, and I can say that we learned a lot from the era of Lima Action Plan. Next slide, please. I would like to talk about our biosphere reserve in Thailand. Currently, we have 5 sites biosphere reserves. For the first site is the Skala Biosphere Reserve. It's in the northeast regions of Thailand. Actually, officially designated in 17 January 1977. And in the next few months, we are honored to design 2 more biosphere reserve in northern Thailand, which is Mesak Hokmas Biosphere Reserve in Chiang Mai province, the area of Doi Suthep. If you will recognize Doi Suthep, if you have been in Thailand before, and the next one is Thoi Thak Teek Biosphere Reserve, which has been announced in the same day with Mesak Hokmas Biosphere Reserve. But for Thoi Thak Teek Biosphere Reserve is highlighted on teak stands and their mixed decidual forest. The site is located in Lampang province, not far from Chiang Mai province. And after that, about 20 years later, we are proposed that at I think the first mangrove biosphere reserve in the network, which is Ranong Biosphere Reserve, which established in 1997, and after that we something like a long 2 decade hiatus. So now we put a new effort in the new era that focus on people participation to propose the Cheng Dao Biosphere Reserve, which has been announced in 15 September 2021, which is the latest one in Biosphere Reserve in Thailand. Next slide, please. As I have said that we have quite 2 decades of sleeping, and then we awaken, and after the last periodic review process, we somehow awake again and try to gather parties to move forward. So in this era of Lima Action Plan, we have been revised the coordination structures of Man and Biosphere Program in Thailand to link from the the policy maker level, link to the operational level in the Biosphere Reserve. So we have revised the many times of revision of national committee, as well as the establishment of provincial subcommittee to link between the national level and provincial levels. And then we have set some working groups in Biosphere Reserve sites, and as well as the official assignments for map manager, Biosphere Reserve manager in all 5 Biosphere Reserve, with the support by the main responsible parties in each Biosphere Reserve, which I would like to mention here, including Department of National Park, Wildlife and Plant Conservation, Department of Marine and Coastal Resources, and also Thailand Institute of scientific and technological research. And next slide, please. And also the most important thing is the very first edition of strategic framework of biosphere reserve management in Thailand, which will be active during 2022 to 2032. We focus on Lima action plans as well as the national policies and strategy, and also the current situation, in the National Strategic Framework for Man and Biosphere program, we focus more on public awareness, as it is the thing that we still lack and have to keep working on it. And also on the knowledge capital, as we want to promote more about biosphere reserve as a site for demonstrates and learning any empirical research or any innovative approach, and also gathering network of researchers and knowledge sharing between academic and local people. And also in the strategies also include about participations of local people in management of the biosphere reserve, about the financial sustainability, and also the management mechanism that has to enhance and periodically review to create the effectiveness of the management. Next slide, please. For the highlight activities, I would like to mention some activities that that our biosphere reserve have been conducted. For the forest protection in biosphere reserve, main responsible agency in forest protection in biosphere reserve, including DNP, Royal Forest Department, DMCR for marine area, and also TISTR, focusing on Secretariat Biosphere Reserve. So their work for protection, they use innovations such as smart patrolling system, and also drone, and also other technologies and caps to use in forest protection, and which the biosphere reserve also include the work and the results as a supportive indicator for national reports on CBD's conventions, as well as the supportive indicators for sustainable development goals, especially SDG 15 in national level. For the activity about sustainable development, those activities mainly result in create understanding for local people about wildlife and fauna, and also encouraging people to reduce the natural resources dependencies. So we set an activities like transferring of knowledge from academic to local people, focus such as knowledge about planting the edible plants, and also planting and maintaining of bamboos to help to reduce their demand for the non-forest product that pick from the natural forest, and also about the planning on ecotourism development in Mesakokma Biosphere Reserve and also other biosphere reserves. And all those activities later have their development as the at the national level, that we have been promoted about the concept of biocircular and green economy, or we call it BCG model, in the national level, and also have national action plan in which is have 5-year duration since 2023. So our biosphere reserve have adapted and extended their activity to respond to the promotion of BCG models as well. Next slide. And as I said, Deutsching Dao, one of our success in during past 10 years is the establishment of Deutsching Dao Biosphere Reserve, which during the process we focusing on the participation, and we are thankful enough to get the support from local leader and local activists in the nomination during the nomination process. And also the nomination of Deutsching Dao Biosphere Reserve will be our lesson learned and the basis for openness in proposing any potential sites in the future. For the next topic that I would like to highlight is about the cooperation between schools and also the educational institutes. I know that Biosphere Reserve managers in Thailand have worked hard to cooperate with school in setting some activities, both in class and both out class, to teach the students about nature conservation as well as the importance of Biosphere Reserve, which is also their home. And also in the past year, I noticed that there are more collaboration between university and map manager or the protected area superintendent to conduct the research or to make a project, not only in field of specific species or in field of forest or ecological only, but also in field of socio-economic development, such as the studies about smart community development in MEXT Biosphere Reserve, and also some mobile application that will support the ecotourism in protected area. We also have cooperate with Kasetsart University in studying about feasibility to establish a course on Biosphere Reserve management, which the result is that the course on Biosphere Reserve management can possibly be open in like a short-term course, and focusing on the staff that relevant on Biosphere Reserve or relevant on conservation missions. But however, we have to have enough trust fund or funding to fund all those students or all those applicants who intend to join the course, because to encourage them to apply more and increase the number of the students of the for the course. And also we have a few specific research on the which related to management issues of Biosphere Reserve, especially in Lanong and SeaBRnet Biosphere Reserve. Next slide, please. And one of our achievements is we have set a sister Biosphere Reserve arrangement between two Biosphere Reserve of Thailand and Dong Nai Biosphere Reserve of Vietnam, with the activities including exchange of visits and also exchange of knowledge and publications between the Biosphere Reserves, which I am very grateful that we have this cooperation with Dong Nai Biosphere Reserve, because we also extend this cooperation not only in Dong Nai but also to Vietnam Biosphere Reserve network too. And also within our country, this is within our country, but I think it's relevant to the cooperation between programs of the UNESCO. As during the 2018 and 2023, there has a memorandum of understanding between the main agencies that are responsible for Korat Geopark, SeaBRnet Biosphere Reserve, and also Dong Phaya Yen Khao Yai Forest Complex, which all of three have the area in Nakhon Ratchasima province in the northeast of Thailand, to support the nomination of Kora Geopark. But for Scattered Biosphere Reserve, they support the study course, the study program for on global geopark and biosphere reserve in which was processed by Thailand Institute of Scientific and Technological Research. Next slide, please. And here I would like to talk in addition for the idea of the upcoming 10 years in terms of working of biosphere reserve in Thailand. I see my priorities is the continuation of monitoring activities, especially watershed study, as how much we affect by global crisis. I think the functional ecosystem service provider, which I mean within our biosphere reserve, should be more carefully and taken care of as much as possible. So, and the second one is about our working in Thailand, which we try to respond to the promotion of circular and green economy, which still active in policy level in Thailand. So I think it's our opportunity to be a site that show our works that respond to both sustainable development and both to circular and green economy concept, to show that the objective of being a biosphere reserve as a demonstration site for learning for any empirical research or any innovative approach, alternate approach. And also what I have to push myself more on is about promotion and more publication to create visibility on biosphere reserve to both academics and to the public. And also the last point is to support. I think we should support the management of internationally designated area status in Thailand, especially biosphere reserve and other status. As you can see is that this is the protected area in Thailand, mostly national park that has international status and plus one regional status, except for Mukok Ranong National Park, which is the biosphere reserve at Ramsar site. For the other 7 is have like at least one World Heritage, one Ramsar or one Geopark, and plus being an ASEAN Heritage Park under the ASEAN Declaration. Next slide. So it shows that we have places that have made multiple status, but how to manage is to support each other, and also how to utilize the state more on those existing status. For the non-biosphere reserve, this place give me an idea that this sites contain biosphere reserve and also be a part of Ramsar site, and also now is a part of World Heritage tentative list in the Andaman Sea Nature Reserve network. So I think is that for the main responsible party for the non-biosphere reserve, which is Department of Marine and Coastal Resources and Ranong Province, they both really support in the process of nominate the World Heritage sites, and they have support the non-biosphere reserve to renovate their facilities, on which will support on and also support on many community projects, and also the research that the data will be support in the future management of both biosphere reserve, Ramsar site, and also the future World Heritage. And also I would like to also mention about Satun Province, as Satun Province have now currently have Satun Global Geopark, which is the first geopark in Thailand, and there are also already be a ASEAN Heritage sites. And now there also being a potential for a new biosphere reserve. We call now we name it as Satunsi Biosphere Reserve, which I think from the last year that we have studied about the potentials and also have a few of some of public consultation. We found that I think biosphere reserve can complement to global to Satun Geopark as well as Asian Heritage Site in terms as the being a platform to catalyze and also to create the lesson learned on management, especially the management of tourism industry and fishery, which is in the which is in the area of in the proposal of biosphere reserve. So I think we can get some lesson learned and also introduce some approach to help the national parks in the area, which including Mukok Peta National Park and Talutao National Park in managing the marine tourism and also fishery in the area, but with the concerning to sustainability of the resources. And that's all for this my presentation. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Kunal Moon, and we're definitely waiting for your submission of the Saturn Seed proposal from the new biosphere reserves. So before we go for a coffee break, I'd like to invite the last speaker from Vietnam, Mr. Hong.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I come from Government of Biosphere Reserve, Ho Chi Minh City in Vietnam. And now I presentation a short time. Everyone don't sleep. I lost a lot of the picture on my slide. You can see, don't hear what I say. Next. There are further attention. I want to do the Government of Biosphere. Second, biodiversity extreme value and high actually in the Government of Biosphere to the Lima action plans and process in birth to the outcome to 10-year strategy. Next. There are 11 the biosphere in the Vietnam. I want to talk about the Government of Biosphere Reserve. Total area Government 35,000 hectares according 2007 1 to 1 hectare. Next. In the world, the Government forest is destroyed from 1964 to 1968, destroyed by Agent Orange. After Detroit conservation project, the beach natural mangroves, and look at the picture from in 1971 to 1975. After in 1975, Ho Chi Minh City and reforestations from 1974 to 2029. Now the 34,000 hectare upper. After the reforestation mangrove canyon, there are the 4 conservations: birds, monkey, bass. The 3 the conservation in the canyon biosphere reserve. Next. After production, there are the high biodiversity in 36 true mangrove species in there. The high biodiversity, the birds. This is the answer birds in Kanyaman Biosphere Reserve. High the biodiversity, the animal, and next. I want to talk about the carbon sinks because it gets big money today. In the Kanyaman forest, upset of the carbon dioxide upper 346 ton carbon dioxide per hectare, and maybe gets 2,420 dollar per hectare. They did a big money in Ho Chi Minh City to set up projects for the carbon markets. It is very important in the mangrove. It stores how get carbon dioxide or nitrogen. Wow, one more value, ecosystem value, mangrove ecosystem and rains were rotated from the natural disaster. Mangrove ecosystem is habitats, erosion, watch it, organism. Next. In the Kangya Mangrove Biosphere Reserve, we manage biodiversity, the lost Department of Natural Resource Environment, Department of Agriculture, and Kangya Biosphere Reserve, a low location, Bilbo, and the Kangya ditches. The high level Ho Chi Minh City government and on ministry and UNESCO Vietnam. Highlight actually in Kanyo Mangrove Biosphere Reserve regarding to the Lima Action Lands, land forest toward biodiversity conservation, biodiversity monitoring program, and environment education, ecological tourism development through natural loops, and the woman with climate change loops, Building eco label for the Rhodes Biosphere Reserve, build rough young science, implement the trace plan for the developed biodiversity, which blend the broad approach for the Ho Chi Minh City People Community in 2020. It is a blend to forward biodiversity. Today, 350 hectare per year. Next, second, biodiversity monitor programs. They actually on. We are building the eco label for the products of the consumer member of some fruits and cream fish, especially Nipa. At the water Nipa, sugar Nipa, and honey rip Nipa. That's about it. For environment education developed, so nature love clubs for all the children, all the students of Ho Chi Minh City. More the woman with climate change clubs on the local women in the PR. More the activity reduce the plastic in the Afghan to improve knowledge tourists and local people. I did exchange best plastics for the best flows or paper. Collect plastics waste for the recycling. A community about the harmful effect the plastic waste in the Afghan. They are the household road test mangrove. Also invest for the income 10 years strategy. Rotating develop the forest, river forest, and monitoring and manage biodiversity. Right way up the local people adapt to the climate change. But it's in the carbon markets, the green benefit to locally managed by the Biosphere Reserve. Develop the ecolocation program, apply the 5 burnout technology for the student, learn about the ecology value of the conserved mangrove biosphere reserve. Implement program produce plastic waste in Afghan. Continue in place straight land for the developing biosphere reserve until 2030 with the vision 2045. The land were approved by Ho Chi Minh City people communities in 10-10. Finally, I would invite delegates recent today visit the mangrove biosphere. I take care of the food and accommodation rest during you visit the Kanya Mangrove Biosphere Reserve. Thank you very much.
Take a coffee break. Say 20 minutes. Yeah, I think 20 minutes. So please come back to the room 35 minutes, 20 minutes, 25 minutes. 25. So please come back at 3:25. So we will continue the country report sessions, and we will continue the discussion. And before that, I will inform. The secretary have to inform you that we invited Brunei and Laos for them to participate in online, but unfortunately we couldn't confirm their participation, so we will skip the two countries. Although they attended in the last year in the 14th SeaBRnet meeting, and also they don't have the biosphere reserve yet, but still they are interested to establish the biosphere reserve. So we try to invite, but because of the logistics and this and that, we couldn't have them here today, unfortunately. So let's have a coffee break.
Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian yang sama berbahagia, saatnya coffee break dan kita berharapkan kembali ke floor jam 15.25. Coffee break ada di sebelah kiri ruangan. Silakan menikmati kopi dan snacknya. Sampai ketemu di 15.25. Terima kasih.
Pulau Wangi Wangi tidak hanya menyimpan keunikan tradisi masyarakat dan keindahan bawah lautnya, Pulau Wangi Wangi juga memiliki kekayaan alam di daratan yang patut dibanggakan. Salah satunya yaitu burung kacamata Wangi Wangi yang menjadi spesies endemik di Pulau Wangi Wangi. Kacamata Wangi Wangi memiliki nama ilmiah Zocerop paruh besar. Spesies ini sangat berperan penting untuk menjaga keseimbangan ekosistem sekitar di Pulau Wangi Wangi. Perburuan liar untuk satwa peliharaan menjadi ancaman terbesar bagi keberadaan spesies ini. Taman Safari Indonesia dan Yayasan Konservasi Alam Satwa Indonesia bekerjasama dengan Balai Taman Nasional Wakatobi untuk melakukan upaya konservasi burung kacamata Wangi Wangi yang dilakukan melalui program konservasi ex situ, link in situ. Upaya pengembangbiakan burung kacamata Wangi Wangi telah dilakukan pada unit Taman Safari Prigen Conservation Breeding Act, di mana unit pengembangbiakan ini juga berupaya mengembangbiakan satwa terancam punah lainnya asli Indonesia. Kegiatan survei lapangan juga telah dilakukan untuk mendapatkan data ekologi dan estimasi populasi kacamata Wangi Wangi, serta data sosial ekonomi masyarakat di Pulau Wangi Wangi. Upaya konservasi ini juga mendapatkan dukungan dari pemerintah daerah setempat, di mana telah dilakukan sosialisasi kepada para stakeholder dan tokoh masyarakat. Upaya konservasi ini juga mengajak generasi muda untuk turut serta dalam pelestarian burung kacamata wangi-wangi di habitat alaminya melalui kegiatan edukasi konservasi yang telah dilakukan di sekolah-sekolah di Pulau Wangi-Wangi. Mari bersama-sama kita lestarikan satwa kebanggaan Pulau Wangi-Wangi agar kacamata wangi-wangi tetap lestari. Salam lestari.
Selamat datang di Raja Ampat. Harmoni dalam keberagaman menjadi deskripsi tepat yang menggambarkan kampung halaman. Surga petualangan di pesisir Papua yang bisa membuat banyak orang jatuh cinta. Dengan beragam pesona wisata alam, seperti menikmati tarian burung cendrawasih yang memadukan. Serta kekayaan sosial budaya yang tak kalah menarik. Seperti tarian noken, tarian adat yang memiliki makna kemakmuran dan kesuburan masyarakat Papua. Raja Ampat juga dikenal sebagai surga bawah laut tercantik di seluruh dunia. Memiliki luas 4,6 juta hektar perairan, menjadi rumah bagi 540 jenis karang, lebih dari 1.500 spesies ikan, dan ribuan biota laut lainnya. Andaikan kau datang kemari, meski hanya sendiri, pasti kau ingin kembali lagi. Selain itu, hutan-hutan tropis tak kalah menariknya dengan air terjun megah yang mengalir melimpah ruah. Serta gugusan batu kars yang membentang luas tanpa batas. Namun, perjalanan berdua terasa lebih indah sambil menatap gugusan pulau yang membentang yang membuat mata tak dapat berpaling. Terkagum pada pandangmu dan pesonamu. Raja Ampat, pesona Indonesia yang membuatmu pasti jatuh cinta. Pantai indah dengan hamparan pasir putih yang masih terjaga. Namun tidak hanya itu, Masih banyak keindahan dan senyuman disuguhkan Raja Ampat yang selalu menyertai kehadiran. Hanya di Raja Ampat.
The world has set itself a mission: achieve the 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. In Asia and the Pacific, UNESCO and its partners are mobilized to leave no one behind. Every day, in the 46 countries of the region, UNESCO works with its partners to support member states in achieving the SDGs. With its 14 offices and 1 institute in the region and multiple partner networks, UNESCO has developed programs that have transformed the daily lives of millions of people for more than 70 years. UNESCO promotes quality education for all by strengthening learning opportunities for the most vulnerable. UNESCO emphasizes the empowerment of girls and women to accelerate progress and drive change. It shines a light on the achievements and talents of women scientists. The key to sustainable development is peace, and peace is built first and foremost in the minds of people. That's why UNESCO works vigorously for dialogue, mutual respect, and freedom of expression. It preserves the heritage and cultural expressions that carry our shared values and embody our common future. It fosters the scientific knowledge that is essential to respond to climate change and preserve biodiversity. UNESCO World Heritage Sites, Biosphere Reserves, and Global Geoparks are hubs for sustainable development. Every day, UNESCO strives to preserve the sustainability of our oceans that are essential to life on Earth. The people of the Pacific small island developing states are at the front lines of climate change. Building on their indigenous knowledge, together we are tackling the severest impacts of the global climate crisis. With its partners, UNESCO currently implements more than 240 programs in Asia and the Pacific, reaching millions of people every day. The challenges are immense and time is short. Join us and let's work together for our shared humanity.
Hello, xong chào đẹp suốt.
Tại kế hộ.
Chào đẹp suốt.
Xin chào.
Hello.
Who's that?
This is UNESCO Water Celestial Challenge 2023.
Youth Action for Water.
The wonders of Southeast Asia's UNESCO designated sites face threats from water and climate-related issues. This year, following the success of the UNESCO Water Resilience Challenge 2021 and 2022, UNESCO continues their commitment to empower youth to address these issues and be the drivers of transformational changes.
Youth for UNESCO is not just a priority group, but a powerhouse of creativity and innovation and a source of relentless ideas. We see you not just as leaders for tomorrow, but as vital change makers of today in fighting inequality, championing sustainable development, and building a world where peace thrives.
The participants here today were selected from more than 150 teams, representing over 600 students and young professionals from 9 countries who applied to join the program.
For over 40 days, teams engage in various collaborations among peers across different countries.
We learn valuable communication and collaboration skills during mentoring and checkpoint sessions.
And we are also very grateful for the chance to gain new knowledge from different experts in the different fields that we will forever carry in our hearts and in our mind.
Fueling their journey, the teams also embark on a series of learning and professional guidance from experts across Southeast Asia and the Netherlands, producing tailor-made solutions.
The beauty of the teams today is that they are able to think outside the box without any framework, without any limitations.
Remember, the youth's voice shaped tomorrow, and the future of water resilience begins with us.
Are you passionate about youth engagement and social impact projects? If you answered yes, you are definitely in the right place. During the 11th UNESCO Youth Forum, 75 young people from all regions of the world gathered to discuss the best strategies to improve youth cooperation, collaboration, and engagement. The pioneering and very much needed UNESCO Global Youth Community came to life to become the first youth-led and youth-focused umbrella platform. As a member of this community, you will be able to co-learn, design, and implement innovative initiatives to respond to key challenges. You will have opportunities to work with UNESCO, and your actions will benefit from more visibility among youth networks and with UN partners. Join us. Together, we can change the world.
พื้นที่กว่า 184,000 ไร่ในเขตอำเภองาวจังหวัดลำปางเป็นพื้นที่สงวนชีวมณฑลป่าสักห้วยท่าซึ่งได้รับการประกาศเมื่อปีพุทธศักราช 2520 เนื่องโดยพื้นที่ดังกล่าวเป็นแหล่งอนุรักษ์ความหลากหลายทางชีวภาพและคงไว้ซึ่งระบบนิเวศที่สมบูรณ์โดยประกอบด้วยพื้นป่าหลายสภาพไม่ว่าจะเป็นป่าผสมผัดใบที่มีไม้สักป่าเต็งรังป่าดิบแล้งและสวนสัตว์ที่มีความสมบูรณ์เป็นอย่างยิ่งนอกจากนี้ยังเป็นแหล่งต้นน้ำลำธารที่สำคัญของแม่น้ำยมและเป็นแหล่งผลิตเมล็ดพันธุ์ไม้หลากหลายชนิดโดยเฉพาะเมล็ดไม้สักเป็นป่าต้นแบบเพื่อการจัดการป่าไม้แบบยั่งยืนเป็นสถานที่ฝึกอบรมผู้บริหารและนักวิจัยป่าไม้อีกทั้งยังเป็นแหล่งศึกษาวิจัยในการสนับสนุนการพัฒนาระดับท้องถิ่น ระดับชาติและระดับโลกอีกด้วยพื้นที่สงวนชีวมณฑลป่าสักห้วยทากแวดล้อมไปด้วยชุมชนที่มีวิถีชีวิตอย่างเรียบง่ายไม่ฟุ้งเฟ้อมีความผูกพันกับผืนป่ามีการจัดการที่ดินตามจารีตและประเพณีของท้องถิ่นซึ่งนั่นแสดงออกถึงความสัมพันธ์แบบเกื้อกูลกันระหว่างผืนป่าและชุมชนได้เป็นอย่างดีนอกจากนี้ในการจัดการทรัพยากรพื้นที่ได้เกิดการประสานความร่วมมือจากหลายภาคส่วนทั้งหน่วยงานราชการองค์กรปกครองส่วนท้องถิ่นตลอดจนผู้คนที่พึ่งพิงผืนป่าแห่งนี้ผืนป่าสักที่มีความสมบูรณ์มากที่สุดอีกแห่งหนึ่งของโลกและจะเป็นผืนป่าต้นแบบอันจะนำไปสู่การจัดการพื้นที่อย่างยั่งยืนต่อไปในอนาคต
In my 20 years of living and visiting and working in Cambodia, I have always learned so much. For centuries, the Cambodian people have lived alongside the honeybees. There is a honey hunting scene on the Elephant Terrace at Angkor Wat nearly 900 years ago. Cambodia is home to 4 indigenous honeybee species out of the 9 honeybee species known worldwide. This is just one example of the incredible beauty and diversity of the environment of Cambodia. Making peace with nature is one of the main challenges we face in our lifetimes. The Women for Bees initiative is one small step towards finding solutions. This partnership between UNESCO, the Environment Ministry of Cambodia, and Gerlang in the Biosphere Reserve will help women to train beekeepers and be part of a network of other female entrepreneurs worldwide. The program will foster long-term change, enabling guides to explain the history and importance of bees to the people visiting the temples.
And we can see a lot in the colony. Just like this. So the bees, they don't attack.
In the minds of men. It is in the minds of men that the defenses of peace must be constructed.
First, little bit change the agenda, the order of the presentation. First, I'd like to invite Japan, Professor Hiroyuki Matsuda from Yokohama National University, the representative of Japan Map Committee.
Please show my, oh yes, this one. Thank you very much for invitation. And this is my, this PDF is this presentation file. Please get this presentation. And in my university lecture, my students usually watch their own note PC during my lecture. Japan has 10 biosphere reserves, and yes, Philippines said in the National Biosphere Reserve Network, and also yes, Japan has the Japanese Biosphere Reserve Network makes this. Please next. Okay, next session. 10 biosphere reserves, and now this secretariat is Sobo Katamuki. And discuss this biosphere reserve network. Practitioners can discuss anything in Japanese language. This is very benefit. And Japan Man and the Biosphere program is handled with next, please. Handled with these organizations. Definitely, yes. Japanese National Commission for UNESCO and MAB National Committee. Chair is this Tsunao Watanabe. And the second is yes, domestic biosphere reserve network. In addition, very unique to Japan, Japan coordinating committee for MAP. This is some support group of Biosphere Reserve Network. This is a very unique organization in Japan. And also, definitely there is a private sectors and so on. And next, please. Next, please. Okay, yes. Japan Biosphere Reserve Network declared this nature positive declaration. Collaboration with the Japanese biggest environmental groups is Japanese Biosphere Nature Conservation Society of Japan. And this nature positive, you may know, it's loss of biodiversity will stop, and after the recovering. This is called nature declaration. Please click one more. Please click. Yes. And yes, and next is this one is nature positive economy and so on. Please, next, please. And another is Shinshu University's ESD consortium is very strong, including many elementary schools in Biosphere Reserve site. For example, in Yakushima, in the Yakushima's kids, some present their own activities. This is ESD, and this is as the same as Malaysian people, and this is yes, in Yakushima, garbage data collection. And also, in Japan, while the DA is very overabundant, that with heavy damage on natural vegetation, therefore, they recommend to eating deer meat, venison. Next, please. And yes, Japan MAP National Committee is Tsunao Watanabe, and other people is Taikan Oki is a big person of IHP, Stockholm Water Prize in this year, and others. Next, please. And yes, unique to Japan, this organization is Japanese Coordinating Committee. These experts support the Biosphere Reserve Network. Next, please. And another is Japan University MAB Network, JU MAB. This collaboration is some association of universities. And Kanazawa University is very strong, like this kind of event and so on. And many international events is they promote. Next, please. And Lima Action Plan. And in 5 years ago, Toshinori Tanaka, last participant in Kota Kinabalu, He surveyed and analyzed and reported the Japanese activities in Lima Action Plan. And his outcome is strong point in Japan is collaboration with universities and educational institutes, and also strong connection with UNESCO associated schools. All biosphere reserves has UNESCO associated schools have. This is very strong point. No, I'm sorry. And open and participatory framework. And also access to residence, as it is led by local government, because Japanese biosphere reserves usually handled by the municipality or local government. Therefore, they are very careful treatment to the resident. And also biosphere reserve is easily positioned in the cooperative plans because of municipalities. And relatively abundant administrative budget, and also establishment of voluntary government. Yes, I know that Japanese biosphere reserve network is not handled by the government. This budget is independent of the government. This is very similar idea of the geopark network. Next, please. But there are some weak points. International response is weak. Today, I strongly recommend some people, practitioners of biosphere reserves, please participate in this meeting. If so, I do not need to hear. But some people hesitate. Only one very young people is yes. But MEXT hesitate. Ministry of Education hesitate. Oh, so this is a senior person is welcome. I'm very disappointed. And insufficient cooperative collaboration and profit planning with the companies, except the Aeon Foundation. Aeon Foundation is strongly collaborate with the Japanese biosphere reserve network. This T-shirt is made by Aeon Foundation, like this. And national initiative is weak. Yes, convention, this World Heritage is convention, but MABI is a program. Therefore, this is a bit weaker than the World Heritage Convention, he said. And we need more collaboration with not only the Ministry of Education, but the environment and agriculture sectors. And poor ecological diversity in biosphere reserves. All Japanese 10 biosphere reserves is a mountainside. Only one, Yakushima, is both mountains and marine. We need more marines like Okinawa and so on. And Ministry of Education promotes this future co-creation platform grant. And this is aiming to the revitalizing UNESCO's activities. And one budget grant project is yes, accept the Nature Conservation Society. No. I'm sorry. Next, please. I'm sorry. Yes, this one. Nature Conservation Society. This is the biggest Japanese environmental group. This promotes this future co-creation platform. Next, please. And they organize the business workshops related to the MAP program. One is the Kunmin-Montreal Biodiversity Framework, and the second is a scientific program, and the third is the local brand products, and the fourth is overview. It's an international response of management of certification. It's of eco label, like Forestry Stewardship Council and Marine Stewardship Council, and so on. And finally, the youth initiative. Yes, he is a good person, a young person. I strongly hope he will come here. Next, please. And also the Children's Tour Day to the National Government Office Street. And Biosphere Network organized this event. And these kids to go to the this Kasumigaseki. Next, please. And the International Day for Biosphere Reserve is November 3rd. Last year, these events were held in the Minami Alps and Hakusan and Sobo Katamiki and Aya. Next, please. And I'd like to introduce my own initiatives of Yokohama National University's UNESCO Chair Program. UNESCO Chair on Education in Biosphere Reserves for Sustainable Societies. We promote the payment for ecosystem services and human-wildlife conflict and other effective conservation measures for 30 by 30 challenge, and also education for sustainable development. And this UNESCO Chair Program, Miguel Krishnagot, the former director of UNESCO's ecological sectors, and he made, next please, I'm sorry. He made such video of, regional networks and others. Did anybody watch this video? No, I strongly recommend. Please watch this QR code, and you can watch it. All lecture materials by Miguel Krishnagot and me. Next, please. And this UNESCO chair is also a partnership agreement with Japanese Biosphere Reserve Network, and also many events. I participate in the Malawi and Coimbra and Innsbruck and so on. And also, finally, in the annual meeting of Japanese Ecological Society, we promote this event. Next, please. Thank you very much for attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Matsuda. So, Fernando, I ready? I okay? So, we want to invite the youngest member of SeaBRnet from Norwest, Mr. Fernando. Next. No, you can simply say next. Next to them, yeah. Okay.
Oh, thank you.
All right. No. Just say to next.
Next.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then we. Yeah.
Okay, the first slide, next slide. First slide. Tadi dia kurang baca.
Yeah.
You can next slide.
You can operate.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Timor-Leste presentation. The background information. Total area of Timor-Leste is 14,875 kilometers square. Total population is 1,000,066,406. Total districts is 14. Total sub-districts 67. Total village 452. Total forest area 869,000 hectares. Total protected areas Terrestrial areas 44 and marine area is 2. Our forest and protect area is ruled by our legal base. It consists of 5 legal base. Step 1 is law number 14, 2017. Talking about general forest regime. The second step is decree law number 5, 2016. Is talking about the national system of protected areas. The third step is the ratification for the Third Rio Convention, UNCCD, UNCBD, UNCCD on 2006. The fourth step is Government Resolution number 8, 2007 on creation of Nino Koni Santana National Park. The fifth step is a ministerial diploma number 42910, diploma ministerial 1110, authorization to enter in protected area and national park. Terrestrial biodiversity. A variety of habits and ecosystems is droughland forest, grassland, moist lowland, forest settlement, swamp forest, wetland, mangrove, degraded forest, agriculture or shifting cultivation. It has 2 major forest types. The south part is evergreen or moist forest, and the north part is a deciduous forest. The terrestrial highly specific flora and fauna. A flora records of 13 plant species from 2,500 plants species existing in the wetlands region. The IUCN lists 10 threatened plant species, 26 endemic tree species, 12 vegetation communities, 10 new plant species from Timor. The terrestrial highly specific flora and fauna. It has 262 bird species, 35 Timor and Wetar endemic bird species, 19 threatened bird species, 35 reptiles, mammals, and insect species, 5 threatened mammal species, 3 threatened species are reptile species, 35 spider species, 16 endemic bat species, and 4 new bat species, and other kind of species of amphibian. The picture shows about the marine biodiversity. A flora, it has 400 species coral reef diversity. It has 88 threatened coral reef species. Fauna, internationally significant, extensive, highly intact, high diversity, significant population of fish, turtles, dragons, whales, dolphins, sharks, fish, and others. And it has 1,232 species of free fish diversity. It's 7 threatened marine fish species, 1 endemic fish, characteristic Spalus species, totally new to science. They highlight key achievement in the Timor-Leste regarding Lima Action Plan. Working together with BirdLife International to produce a book, Important Bird Areas in Timor-Leste, as the key sites for conservation. Second is joint research to produce a book about correlates of persistence in remained population of the critically endangered yellow-crested cockatoo. It consists of one Department of Natural Science, Manchester Metropolitan University, Manchester in UK. The second, BirdLife International, Cambridge in UK. Burung Indonesia, Bogor, Indonesia. Bogor Agriculture University, IBB, University of Bogor, Indonesia, National Directorate of Forestry in Dili, Timor-Leste, worked together with BirdLife International to produce a book. It's named Timor-Leste's Bird. Biological studies and habitat mapping of protected area together with Northern Territory Herbarium. It's a picture show about reptiles, mammals, others. Challenges. Limited of human resources for the government authorities, even expertise. Limited budget allocation for government. Limited facility and equipment to assure all programs for research activities. Illegal hunting and logging and illegal fishing. Pressure of development and increasing population pressure. The current priorities. Institutional strengthening. Capacity building for human resource, formal education or non-formal education. Second is still budget allocation. And number 3 is establishment of facilities and equipment to ensure program or research activities. B, actions. First step, update data on the 19 threatened bird species. The second step, continue to do data collection for reptiles, mammals, insects, and bird species. Number 3 step is continue to do data collection for freshwater ecology. Number 4, develop a new construction of the new office building of National Park Nunukoni Santana, located in Mehara Village, post administrative of Tutuala, municipality of Lauten. Now the construction, ongoing construction, but not finished. Way forward. Timor-Leste, in collaboration with UNESCO, will proceed in the process of establishing the first man and biosphere reserve. Timor-Leste will maintain its ongoing efforts to cooperate with neighboring in realizing the implementation of man and biosphere program. That is my short presentation for me. And once again, thank you very much for your attention. My email address is... It's okay. Thank you very much. It's very short presentation.
Obrigado, Mr. Fernando. UNESCO Jakarta is in consultation with the Timor-Leste National Commission for UNESCO to organize a national workshop to update the dossier for their first biosphere reserve in the Nunukoni Santana National Park. Most probably in late June or early July, we will have to discuss with the NATCOM next week. Then even in the last year, the SeaBRnet meeting, we asked your support, technical support, to establish the national forest biosphere reserves in our youngest member of SeaBRnet to try, because Nunukoni Santana is actually in the island and the coastal biosphere reserve. So some of the members of SeaBRnet had a similar experience how to establish, how to manage. So we'd like to borrow your expertise, and we want to really, to update you the progress of the Timor-Leste issues. So thank you very much. So that last speaker. So we all have the country reports from the representatives. So let's move to the discussion. And before that, as the Secretariat, and thank you very much for your detailed country updates. And Secretariat would really appreciate that some countries already started to prepare the reporting for the Lima Action Plan the next year. And also start to think about what kind of element to be included in the next 10-year strategy based on your past experience. That really appreciated. We really would like to continue this discussion in the next day, and also so other country reported very detailed on site activity on the sites, and this is also quite inspiring, because basically in the country reports is reported by country, but we can find some commonalities of the commonality of the practice, like a citizen science. It's mentioned by Malaysia and the Philippines, and what kind of we can, for example, we may be able to develop a compendium, the citizen science practice in a biosphere reserve in Southeast Asia as one of the output of the Lima Action Plan. So this kind of cross-cutting analysis also we may have to do from now, from this year, the data this year and the next year. And so for us, for Secretary, very interesting and very informative, and I'm personally looking forward to continue this discussion tomorrow. So then, Professor Mama, floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Fukuhara-san. Yeah, this is the first time I chair or co-chair for this country report. Yeah, from this country report, we learned that from several Asian countries, from Philippines, Malaysia, and in the morning also from Australia and Japan. The last is very interesting. We are also currently consolidation for 7 biosphere reserve for periodic review, and your inspiration how to implement in Lima Action Plan. We will make more detail, and about the partnership also important, like in Japan with the AEON. We have also AEON in Bogor, maybe they will interest to our biosphere reserve, and also, but not easy. The last month our teams visit some the big company like Sinarmas, Asia Pulp and Paper, how to increase our partnership with the Giamsiak. Because we have many there are 20 biosphere reserves. We found when one biosphere reserve, they have collaboration with international funding, the program is running well. But if biosphere reserve just utilize the local funding from region, the program just not significant. This year there are, we call the election for the district or province. That problem for us, because the manager of biosphere reserve will change. In ex officio, like governor or regen, head of regen, they are a leader. But if they, okay, that's my resume. Thank you very much.
So we'd like to open the question first to the SeaBRnet members. So any question to any? No, I mean, first I'd like to invite the SeaBRnet members first, and then open to everybody. Okay.
Good. Okay. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Firstly, I'd like to thank you very much, all of you, delegation. Nice presentation. My name is Ade from Indonesian MAB National Committee. I would like to ask here in SeaBRnet, we are here is one network. My question is there any opportunity to make one partnership, I don't know, BR to BR or MAB to MAB, or in the big network, I don't know how to make a scheme or a relationship with us. Is there any opportunity? Please comment. Thank you very much.
Already in the partnering, the sister BR is existing like a Thailand in the Vietnam. So yeah. So you can, well, who want to be a partnering with the Indonesian BR, the Chibodas in the mountains, for instance. Then the question of how the SeaBRnet Secretariat can facilitate this process of the sistering pairing. And it's, if, just an MOU doesn't make sense. If you can find some specific activity to jointly implement exchanging the data, exchanging experience, that's meaningful. We don't want to just facilitate, on paper, just shaking hands. But we are sister BRs, but more, to do something practically, joint research, whatever. Within the country, you mean? Within the country, yes. Like they want you to answer. even within the domestic, in the Philippines, she presented that they have a domestic network in the Philippine BR network, and between the different BRs, they are exchanging data, experience, networking, sharing the common practice and best practice lessons.
Yeah, I
so
think
this also, if Indonesia already have the 20 biosphere reserves,
I think it's an opportunity just to at least learn from each other before going to another countries. I mean, I think the example from the Palawan is already excellent, but perhaps it can be more upscale in terms of data management, or maybe like a peer-to-peer exchange, so that it can be like a knowledge exchange rather than just to change excursions, something like that.
This has to be coordinated by National Map Committee, to be honest, in Indonesia. Professor Mama, can you?
I think this meeting is actually also can be the facilitator for each MAB national from each countries, or if you don't have the national commission, to perhaps the national MAB committee that already exists, to be as the catalyst or the facilitator again, to open the communications in between the networks or between the biosphere reserves, because if it's under the country level, it will not be possible, but under technical arrangement or under the network arrangement, that can be done. That can easily be done.
And especially for Indonesia, for this case, you are the hosting country, so we will have the Indonesian session tomorrow to invite the representatives from several biosphere reserves, right? So you try to utilize this opportunity for tomorrow in the Indonesian session to see other site managers of the biosphere reserves. It doesn't have to be officialized, but even personal network could work to exchange the information. So try to utilize this kind of opportunity as much as possible for your work.
Maybe we could also use this opportunity to put this in the new 10-year strategy later in the discussion the second day. We will include this in the discussion so that we can perhaps set a target at least.
Could you write down before I forget?
Okay. Write down. So that we can include that in the discussion later on the second day. Thank you.
So, any other question from the SeaBRnet? No, first, asking the country representative. So, all right, then I'd like to open the floor to everybody. Please.
Yeah,
before
thank
keep
you.
you waiting.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. I flew 4 hours and take another 8 hours to come here, so I want to make myself useful for this meeting. I'm Imran Amin from Konservasi Alam Nusantara. Used to be the officially existed in Indonesia as the National Conservancy Indonesia program. My logo you can see in the second layer, very right on the screen. So I just have thank you for the opportunity. I would like to also firstly express my gratitude to the government of Wakatobi, as well as the National Park of Wakatobi, who've inviting us to join this meeting. Let me give my 2 cents for if I study from the presentation of the countries. First, I would like to give my comment to Indonesia report. This is the issue of Indonesia. Actually, we have 2 big regime of regulation in terms of protected area. The issue here, each regime, they have their own regulations, and each expected management plan of each park. So when we are reporting to the floor like this, we're not just doing checklists. Oh, this is something to do with this goal under the Lima Park. Oh, this is something to do with the goal Lima Park. We need to really put this Lima action plan into a big priority consideration for each park when they come up with their own management plan. As we can see from other countries, their presentation, they really put this biosphere action plan into their main plan, not just putting this during this, making the report to the floor to find out which one is connected with the action plan, the Lima action plan. So this is something that I think also I agree with the Fukuhara, and also lesson learned from the Philippines and also from Japan, that they have developed what they call as a network. We can see here optimizing multi-stakeholder collaborations. What we need in Indonesia is really multi-stakeholder collaboration. Then also we need to learn from the Philippines and Japan, where they already have this multi-stakeholder network, not only representing the park, not only representing the MAB, but also other what we call relevant stakeholders like academics, or maybe NGOs, if you like to also involve NGO into this type of network. And the second issue I would like also to provide my input here is about how we really make this. I agree. This is related to your presentation, Fukuhara, about how to look forward, how to measure the implementation of this action plan effectively. So far, I haven't seen any tools that we use to measure the level of effectiveness of the implementation of the work plan we have so far in terms of biosphere reserve. Yes, every park, they have their own tools. Let's say, for instance, a national park, they have what they call the scorecard. For our MPAs also, our Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, we have what we call this EFICA and so on. But for this specific issue, I think we need to have these more specific tools for this biosphere action plan. And the third, my input for this biosphere Indonesia specifically, because I've seen this, it's good to have a representative from the local government of Raja Ampat. This is the only, I think, and the first local government park that able to have a chance to get the status of biosphere reserve. As you can see in the all the list of the park is all represented the national park or at least the national government-owned park. By having this local government park, it's good to have a more diverse scheme of park we have in biosphere reserve. For your information, right now our government regulations or even our law is already giving a bigger room to the local government to have officially a park that managed by provincial government, especially for the marine protected area park. So this is a three issue, Pak Fukuhara-san, and I hope some more detailed information we can discuss if representative from partners can be also involved in the tomorrow discussion during the Indonesian session. Thank you. Maraming salamat. Obrigado. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment and some question about Indonesian country reports. Yeah, for Lima Action Plan, yeah, I know since we started a new member MAB September 2023, and we are a new member for manage 20 Biosphere Reserve, and we review some integrated management since 2016. Yeah, we don't read about Lima Action Plan inside. Yeah, some hard comments say list like buku mati, that book cannot this management plan could not run could not implement. That's why we start for our mandate from September 2023. We start from periodic review, and we would like to discuss with 20 biosphere reserves in formal. It means because we just make we call the organization member for 20 biosphere reserve, and to improve the integrated management. Yeah, I think you know about the problem, the biosphere reserve. We don't need to debate. We don't need dispute about this. I know. And this Lima Action Plan, we would like to, in 7 periodic review, we will focus that start in the February 2024 until the last December. About Raja Ampat, yeah, before they are going here, we discussed in Bogor to support them. Yeah, the local government is very interested about to nominate new biosphere reserve because they already get the geopark status in UNESCO, and they will make like double crown for this. I think our member Bu Firni atau Kang Ade or yang lain can help me to answer. Thank you.
And one more question to me that, yes, in my presentation, I told that there are no clear metrics and no toolbox to measure the progress of the action plan. But on the other hand, the MAP program focusing on the interaction between the human and nature is completely different one place to another. So it could be applied for one standard template or tool to measure the progress. This, well, if we can introduce some one standard tool to measure the progress of the action plan to everywhere in applied for the all over the world, for forest, for coastal area, but maybe it's not suitable to measure the real, healthy, adequate relationship between the human nature. And this is absolutely our challenge. Even the mountains, that's a good example. The Mama thought in his presentation that forest cover rate in Japan. Yes, and in Japan, the forest cover rate is 75%. But it doesn't necessarily mean our forest ecosystem is healthy, because most of the forest in Japan is artificial forest planted for timber industry in a 17, 80 years old. So very, very not rich forest in terms of biodiversity. It's monotonous, to be honest. And monotonous species of the occupiers and dominating the forest. That's a big proportion of the Japanese forest in reality. So forest coverage doesn't make sense to measure. And these kind of indicators are many. Still, to really monitor, to reflect the reality of the health of the ecosystem, and this is also still in the area we have to explore from the scientific research, to keep updating how we can really measure the relationship with the human being and nature and ecosystem. To what extent we can utilize, we can borrow for the ecosystem services, to what extent. But still it's not clear. Sometimes it could be measured by the financial values, but most of you are here in the environmentalists or ecologists, so financial figure doesn't make sense to us. Not at all, to be honest. It's very, very difficult to measure. And the current value of the economic figure will never ever include the potential for the future. This is also a point, because during the now WHO is discussing to establish the pandemic agreement to prepare the next possible pandemic. And the problem is that the vaccination and the medicine, the developing country couldn't have enough money to buy the vaccination and the medicine during the COVID-19 pandemic. Then they came back to the traditional medicine, and try to utilize the bioresources to produce a new pharmaceutical ingredient, to find out a new pharmaceutical ingredient or new medicine from your rich bioresources, especially in the Southeast Asia. So these are still unfound potential, unfound value in an ecosystem that it's very, very difficult to evaluate at the current financial values. So toolbox question is quite critical, but still we have to continue to consider how we can evaluate our relationship with nature. I hope I'm answering to your question somehow.
Thank you, Pugu Harasan. I am Dedi. I am the head of National Park of Rinjani from Rinjani Lombok Biosphere Reserve. It's interesting, Prof. Maman, and maybe we will answer. I am with my friend. We have delegated from maybe 7 head of national park in Indonesia. And in Indonesia, the core zone of biosphere reserve must be in national park. So first, I will ask you that: are we a member of SeaBRnet? Maybe Prof. Maman will explain to us about that. Okay. 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 It's okay. It's nice to see you, and you explain. It's about SeaBRnet or Jagar Biosphere implementation in Asian, and we are glad to be in this beautiful regency in Wakatobi, so we can see each other, sharing each other with national delegates from many Jagar Biosphere in Asian. But when you first presentation about Biosphere Reserve, I will know that how implementation since Jagar Biosphere in Indonesia since 1977, because according to the national report from Prof. Maman, we are very increase bill not bill. We have many Jagar Biosphere, and new Jagar Biosphere will in apa ya, Prof. Maman di mana lagi ya? Yang akan di Raja Ampat. But for me, we should take a look that the impact of stakeholder. It's a benefit for the region, and I recommend it that for the new Jagar Biosphere, I think it's better to stop to make it new, Prof. Maman, because we will see the increase, and Prof. Maman didn't present us the increase about the benefit of the Jagar Biosphere Reserve. Only present in Indonesia. It's every year. It's we have a new Biosphere Reserve. Tomorrow I will present that we should present increase anything like potential of our monitoring every year, or anything in Lima action plan. I think for now, Mr. Pugu Hara, nice to meet you, and I'm glad to diundang ke sini ya, Pak ya, Prof. Maman. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Pak Dedi. Yeah, tomorrow we will follow the Indonesian sessions. It is not question, that's common. It's mean we will discuss more detail. It's Biosphere Reserve from Rinjani, from Betung Kerihun, from Takabonerate, and we discuss about what the impact for not only the environment but also for the society. Yeah, please explain to us in SeaBRnet forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Mama. Well, of course, simply increase the number of the biosphere reserve means the expansion of the protected area. That's not the best thing, to be honest.
Thank you. I don't know whether it's a question or comment, but I was involved in the dossier writing very much. And the past 3 years has been reporting every year we have some sort of reporting. What I keep hearing even after the country reports, we hear about the biosphere, but we don't hear much about the man. Just like our friend said, even in my report, we have not really, as a region, look at the impacts to the people. We saw increase of protected area, good work on environmental awareness, great. But how about the people, the stakeholders that is really living? Even in Malaysia too, we have not seriously looked at that impact. That probably should be also our focus, apart from more coverage, great, more species, better. But how about the economic impact does biosphere bring to the people? I think there is. It's just we have not really looked at and measured it. And those will be a very strong point to bring up for reporting in action in LAP. I think that is what is missing in the region after listening. We talk a lot about environment, but not the economic impact. Yeah.
Let me answer. Yes, if you mean the positive impact for man, exactly means increase of the economic benefit. Sometimes maybe not. Maybe not. And this is also a similar discussion in the World Heritage nomination that, well, by inscribing the site on the World Heritage list, it could be a touristic place, and this could boost the local economy to receiving more visitors. But receiving the more visitors sometimes jeopardize the integrity of the sites. So that's why more and more we focus, and in 10 years in the Lima Action Plan, we increasingly focusing on the community engagement. If they don't accept, okay, well, we don't have to care about the environmental protection. We want more economic benefit. So we will not be able to force them to live in such a situation, of course. And this is also one of the tricky points in the MAP program that this is exactly my personal view that UNESCO currently doesn't have an energy program. But if we talk about promoting the economic, promoting the education, education or economic activity, energy supply is a must. A clean energy supply is a must. But to be honest, in the MAP program, we don't have the energy program. How to provide the clean energy and sustainable energy in the biosphere reserves. And in the current economy, in the current global economy, market economy, we will not be able to consider without thinking about energy issues. Even in the remote area, they need energies. They have to charge the mobiles. If we talk about the data collection from the remote area in the forest, even though we have to provide that energy to observe the status of the forest or status of the coastal area and remote areas. So realistically, this is really my personal point of view that the MAP program also have to consider about the energy issues in how we can promote, and this can compromise with the economic development who are living in the biosphere reserves. As far as we can provide some supply for clean and affordable energy to those who are living in biosphere reserves.
That's exactly why we have the similar program that you said on renewable energy within the biosphere. 22,000 plates of EV PVs are installed within the PHBR because of the reporting was not meant that way. So that kind of good reporting might have been missing. So we did such program within the PHBR. So it was lost in the reporting. I did not even sort of thought about energy. That's a very good point.
So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. My name is Johan Setiawan. I am Baluran National Park Manager, East Java of Indonesia. 2 years ago, I attended a similar meeting in Lombok, Biosphere Reserve also. At that time, I was representing of Merbabu National Park. Merbabu National Park is core zone of Merbabu, Merapi, Menoreh, Biosphere Reserve. At that time, because of Merbabu just set up as Biosphere Reserve, so I came to learn, came to understand what is Biosphere Reserve is. And now I'm representing of Blambangan Biosphere Reserve in here. And Baluran is one of core zones of Blambangan Biosphere Reserve. But I'm still looking for the answer. Not just definition, but how the implementation. I'm sorry. Because of my lack of understanding maybe. Yeah. Just on the presentation, it's very nice. And as far as I know that, the most important thing of Biosphere Reserve is how to strengthen, how to improve our collaboration for conservation and local empowerment. Nah, so I do really to know from other country maybe, from Filipina, it's good. How is the way? How can we internalize biosphere and how can we strengthen the collaboration between all of the stakeholders? And of course, to make sure that Biosphere Reserve is a lot of benefit we got this status, from this status. And I think that's the point of my question. How's the way to improve our collaboration? I think this is my question. Thank you.
Thank you for your questions and comments. So for the Philippines, what I have observed was our National Commission for UNESCO. They're very active. They usually call for meeting and conferences to ensure that all biosphere reserves in the Philippines, like the Albay, the Puerto Galera, and the Palawan, we get to meet each other regularly. So I think there is a need for someone to take the lead, because if for example, the Palawan Biosphere Reserve, I know based on what we are doing, our agency, we are very active in implementing our sustainable development and sustainable management of our biosphere reserves. But we do not know what the Albay Biosphere Reserve and the Puerto Galera Biosphere Reserve are doing. So what the National Commission for UNESCO, the Philippine National Commission for UNESCO, did before, they called us for a meeting, and then we get to share our experiences. And then since, like for the Albay and the Puerto Galera, you have this beautiful scene, why not invite us to be part of your programs? And we invite you also. So I think there is a need, really a need for a certain committee, a certain body to do that, to take the lead in, so that everybody would come and would participate. And another thing, we have the same goal. So we do not see ourselves as competitors. We know that this is for the Philippines, this is for the country, and all of us benefits from if we are recognized internationally, if Palawan will be recognized internationally, I'll buy, of course, I'll buy in other and particular biosphere reserves. But also, they would also want to be like that, to be recognized. So, yeah, we just have to share what we learn from our experiences and also receive feedbacks from them so we can improve our implementation. So I think that's it. Thank you.
Any follow-up from Mamang? This is for Indonesia.
Yeah, last time we have focus group discussion in Bromo, Tengger, Semeru, Pak. Yeah, and we invite there is 70 stakeholders, and when we prepare the periodic review, the coordinator of the forestry office in province level, they give the order to the stakeholder, please calculate how many budget from water company, electric company already give to society, and what kind of for the capacity building, and they must writing per year for second year, third year, because we must calculate the benefit from the stakeholders for the periodic review evaluation. It means if the integrated management plan is agreed for all, I think the funding from external like Giamsiak, with the Pertamina and Asia Pulp and Paper, they make contribution in transition area. This is sample for our experience in discussion in some biosphere reserve. Tomorrow we discuss more detail again. Thank you very much.
So we are supposed to finish 4:30 today. Oh no. Not yet. It's a wrap up the program of the day. Okay. Well, still we have 10 minutes or something, right? Then let me raise my personal question to everybody who represented the country report, that when we discuss about the biodiversity of the biosphere reserves, you are always focusing on the number of species found and endemic and endangered species. Today, I haven't heard about any invasive species which can threaten the original biodiversity of the site. No, you don't have to answer. And maybe we have to consider the new emerging threat and component which was not considered so serious, so important 10 years ago when Lima Action Plan was formulated. So maybe we will do an exercise to list up what are the emerging issues, what is the upcoming in past 10 years, becoming more and more serious. Then we can include these kind of items, possible items, for the discussion of the next 10-year strategy. How to be addressed. For example, the countermeasure from the invasive species are more and more becoming important in these days, everywhere in the world. If we really maintained the pristine state of the biodiversity, so there are so many other issues. I guess now I don't remember, but maybe I will raise some items tomorrow. Yeah. So if We don't have any question from the floor. We'd like to close today's session. And thank you very much to all speakers in the country report. The big applause. This is really, I feel I received a very, very good input for the discussion for tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Once more, let's give a round of applause today. Such a beautiful presentation and discussion. Okay. Yes, such a beautiful presentation today, this morning, in the afternoon, and then we have qualified discussions. Yes, wonderful. We have all comments and suggestions from all over the respective countries. It was very good. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, next agenda is a token appreciation to each delegation from respective countries, and we can invite delegation from Cambodia, Malaysia, Philippines, Thailand, Vietnam, Japan, and Timor-Leste to kindly come up on the stage, please, to get appreciation from the BRIN. Going to be delivered by Bapak Dr. Andes Hammurabi Rozak. We kindly invite Bapak for giving the token appreciation. But firstly, I once again invite all the delegates from respective countries to come up to the stage to receive the token appreciation. And we kindly invite Bapak Dr. Andes Hammurabi to give the appreciation. And accompanied by Prof. Maman. A token appreciation for Japan delegation. 11 for everyone. Thank you, Mr. Bro. It was such a beautiful presentation. Thank you for inspiring us. Next token appreciation for delegation of Timor-Leste. Next to delegation from Cambodia. Thank you for all all presentations and participation today. Everyone is inspiring us. And next, token appreciation for delegation of Malaysia, young and energetic. And now token appreciation for delegation for Philippines, the only one delegation woman from respective countries. Beautiful. And another one from Thailand. We have two beautiful women here. Delegation from Thailand. And the last one, delegation from Vietnam. Thank you, Pak Doctor, for such a great token appreciation. And we kindly ask Pak Doctor to take a group photo together. Please, Pak Doctor, to stand up in the middle. And another one, token appreciation for Mr. Luigi. Woo! So, it's a long standing on the stage. Yeah, can I ask you please all the delegation to stand up in the center, and Bapak Doktor, would you mind to stand up in the middle of the delegations please? Pak Doktor Andes, mohon presiden Pak di tengah Pak. Pak Andes mohon berdiri di tengah. Ya, oke, please, kamera, action, ceklek, ceklek. Thank you very much for everyone's. Please, marvelous applause for everyone's here. And now we announce you that we have on the screen the QR code for all presentations and also pictures along the day. You can scan the barcode in front of us on the stage. Everyone, if you would like to find your photos and then also a presentation of respective countries, we have a QR code on the screen. Yeah, please take a picture. Here you go. Again, ini adalah QR code dari foto-foto dan juga presentasi yang dilaksanakan pada hari ini mulai dari pagi tadi sampai dengan sore hari ini. Mohon kesediaan Bapak-bapak untuk memfoto dan meng-scan. Siapa tahu di salah satu foto ada bapak-bapak nih, insya Allah ya. Yang jelas kualitasnya kualitas HD. Yeah. Oh. Well, Excellency, distinguished guests, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the end of the first day agenda. We would like to extend once again our deepest appreciation to you all for your support and your participation during the day. It was such a beautiful moment. And we sincerely invite you all to the welcome dinner by the Government of Wakatobi in Sombu Dive, Wakatobi, one of the most extraordinary beach venue and diving destination in Wakatobi. There will be traditional dance performance, also culinary, and then of course romantic night tonight. Hopefully it's gonna be good weather. We request you all to be at lobby at the Patuno Resort lobby at 6 p.m. sharp, and then we are heading to Sombu Dive. Sorry, I repeat, 6:30 p.m. tonight, sharp, and then we are all heading to Sombu Dive at 6:35. Yeah, around 6:35 we are all heading to scuba dive. Also, we inform you that our next agenda tomorrow will start at 8 o'clock a.m. Please be kindly at the venue before the time. Again, thank you so much. See you again tomorrow and have a good night. Bye-bye. Cheers. Mr. Ryuichi, you are such a beautiful person. Thank you. Prof. Maman, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Have a good rest. From me, I say Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.